African National Congress, and then go to the MKP as the official opposition, then take the Democratic Alliance, followed by the EFF, the IFP, the PA. I want to take the note. I want to note the speakers now. African National Congress, who are your first two speakers?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, Evidence Council and General Sibiya. From the ANC, the first round of speakers would be Honorable Sokanyile and Honorable Nhlanhla. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. MKP, who are your first two speakers?
Myself and Honorable Kluger.
Okay. So Honorable Cameron will take the last round. Yes. And then from the IFP, from the EFF, I guess it's yourself, Honorable Matthys. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning, Chair. You didn't say EFF like you meant 20 minutes and then we'll do a second round.
Alternate member in this committee.
But I'm full today.
Today you are a full member, and when you are a full member,
because I'm an alternate, when you are a full member,
when you are a full member, you forfeit the status of being an alternate.
Yeah, but I thought you'd just be nice.
So let me allocate. You know, I'm a benevolent chairperson.
Yes, that's what I'm counting on, Chair.
And then we will come to that discretion in the event. I'm satisfied that you deserve it.
Okay, but Chair, can we agree though, right? We're getting 30 minutes regardless, right? So I'm saying we can go 20 and then we can use the other 10 to wrap up. We can go 20 and then we can use the other 10 to wrap up.
You have 30 minutes. If you use 20 or 25 and say, I would use 20 or 25 and say, I would like to use the 5 minutes later. It's still okay.
Okay. But I can see that you are going to give me the 10 minutes for the alternate. I feel it. Thank you, Chair.
Be you. And the Freedom Front Plus will be you, Honorable Vessels. And the Action SA will be you, Honorable James. So, Honorable Skosana, after you have spoken, we will determine if we no, you said the MKP is going to be you, and I see Honorable Shongwe has moved in. Is he forfeiting his minutes as an alternate or what? Or is going to be you and him? Or him and you?
Yeah, it's going to be me. And then follow the second round.
Not 20 minutes.
Oh. Okay.
Not yes. 20 minutes.
And then the last round will be Honorable Nomvalo.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, honorable members, it will then be Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable Shongwe for the first round. Surely, after Honorable Shongwe, we should take a comfort break. So, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, let me greet you, the honorable members. Let me greet you, General Sibiya. Together with the officials. You have said that in your statement. On the 8th of November 2016, you were appointed Forensic Investigation Services at unit. Was the unit an existing unit in the SAPS, or it was a new unit that were established with the city of Johannesburg when we were employed in 2016?
Thank you, Chair. Small projects. I saw an advert. It was advertised that they're looking for to establish a city's forensic department that is meant to fight maladministration, theft of city assets, fraud and corruption in the city, the hijacked properties and that. So I also showed interest and I applied, like many others applied. I applied and then I was called for interviews and I got the job. And at that time, there was no group forensics in the city of Joburg, but there was an audit section within group risk and assurance. They call it the other hand, but under like audit, they were not doing like forensic investigations per se. However, they were contracted to many service providers that are in the city's database, such as your KPMG, all the different forensic investigative and the law firms that conducted the investigations on behalf of the city. So the then mayor felt that, but they want to have a forensic department that conduct investigation that must fight. The then mayor felt that, but they want to have a forensic department that conduct investigation that must fight corruption, fraud and corruption in the city, theft, the city's asset and maladministration. Remember in the city of Joburg,
that you set up, it was there to combat fraud and corruption, but you left the city of Johannesburg under the dark cloud, being accused of fraud and corruption. Am I correct?
You are not correct. I resigned from the city of Joburg.
There was no case against you of corruption and fraud or anything that Joburg said you have done. For instance, that involves an amount of 3.5 million of unlawful benefit.
No. The city of Joburg is a political space. It's all the political parties fighting each other in council. If this party is fighting that party of the former mayor Herman Mashaba, others are fighting that party, others are fighting group forensics, because there were those that were believing that group forensics had been established by the former mayor Herman Mashaba so that it can be used against them. So they would open cases, many would open cases that are not really cases that make sense, because if there is any fraud and corruption, and it was reported to the police and it has got evidence, I would have been arrested by now. It would have been, I mean, it's how many years I've been back into the police, where's that case now? So it was neither here nor there. It's just on a daily basis you would face, there are those who will tell you that I was illegally appointed, but I was appointed, approved by a council. Matters were investigated by the public protector, cleared. There will those who tell you that I procured spying equipment, but and then even go to an extent of writing to the public protector cleared. They write to the IGI. The IGI said, but it must be investigated by the SSA. The SSA comes and say, no. We saw these things. There's no spying equipment here. And even these things that were procured here cannot be even repurposed for anything. It's a report that comes from SSA. Now, what I'm saying is that this is a political environment, and if someone goes and opens a case against you and there's a case, act on it, and it never happened.
Okay, for that, even the equipment, because I was going to come for that equipment that we're talking about, an irregular expenditure. that was incurred by the city of Johannesburg because of the equipment, procurement of the intelligence gathering equipment?
No.
There's nothing like that.
In the Hawks, they have PCMCA, Priority Crime Management Center, Information Management Center. Now, I needed an instrument, respective environment. I must know the type of crimes that are being committed there, but I must also check on the modus operandi of this crime that is being committed here. Is it similar to this one, similar to this one? And who are the role players that are coming in? Put the red dot in those that are hijacked, so that when I look at the wall must tell me that here is a cluster of hijacked properties. That building and that property and that property, they are hijacked. This one's the police have acted, and this one what you label them red, green, and yellow. And the yellow will have its own status. Green, it has been arranged, it's in court, and this one is foreigners mainly. And so that what you need to do is you plan your operations according to what the system tells you, that you've got so many buildings that are hijacked. And then you must be able to know that who's behind the hijacking. Is it the same group of people, or you have different numbers of people? So this is just technology. So now, what is worse that we need to understand, honorable members? In the city, I will never wake up and sign a check and go and procure something. You make an application that must go right up through the budget steering committee, and right up to the council, where maybe something gets approved. But above all, the person who complains that I procured spying equipment, it is his wife who procured those spying equipment, working for the city of Joburg. So this thing of making allegations for the sake of making allegations because you want to taint a person, they don't really work. That is why nothing happened to date, and nothing will happen ever.
Okay. In your statement, and even
Honorable Sokhanyile, General, who is the person accusing you of buying spying equipment?
Initially, I do know that the former city manager, Fred Brank, was the one who was accusing me, and then supported by a gentleman called Mesuli Mlandu. And this Mesuli Mlandu is a guy who was fired from Eastern Cape and then was employed in Ekurhuleni, was fired from Ekurhuleni, and then he started accusing and running after the former minister of Ekurhuleni, Mondli Gungubelo. You can check the articles. So himself, there were investigations running against him. How he got to be on the other side and started attacking me and challenging me and fighting me is because there came an instruction that say all senior managers of the city needs to be vetted. When we sent a team down there and say, we are told this man was fired in the city of, in Eastern Cape. He started saying, no, I'm conducting clandestine investigations against him. They are not clandestine investigations. Everybody must just submit the Z04, 204 papers so that everybody can be vetted. But he didn't want to be vetted at all. And above all, there were investigations that were registered where he assisted in the employment of a lady called Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, who had the qualifications of being a registered nurse somewhere there, because she created the impression that she's got HR-related qualifications when she did not have HR qualifications. Even now, I think she doesn't have, but this is a person who's occupying the most high position in terms of HR-related. So there are other people who think because of how forceful they are, how powerful they are, how strong they are in terms of character, they can force their way through and get what they want. And you will realize that even in the city.
I think I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
So did these accusations happen when you were still their colleague?
Yes.
you had not left the city.
No, they happened whilst I was in the city and they were investigated and I was cleared. They even attempted to stop their powers for group forensics to investigate. I went to court, the court ruled in my favor. All these things, no, this is a dead thing. This is a dead thing that needs to remain dead. They shouldn't be bringing this. You know, when Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was talking about state capture, he was talking in a sense, not state capture, when he was talking about...
No, it's fine. I don't want you to debate the questions. I just wanted to clarify, and remember this clarity equipments, it was his wife who bought those equipments.
Yeah, the equipment that were procured. His wife was part of the steering committee, and her signature is also there.
Thank you.
No, it worries me.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Yeah, it worries me.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want
you assisted me because I was going to ask about Mlando. No, I'm not going to put their allegations. For instance, Brown Mkhwanazi, you said he came to your office and to inquire about supply chain. Why would he go to chain related the National Commissioner?
May I ask the honorable member to rephrase her question because she's put her facts upside down.
Oh, okay. Mkhwanazi, Nhlanhla, they're one and the same people. I'm saying that you said yesterday, Nhlanhla went to your office to ask about a supply chain related issue. Then I'm asking why not go to a supply chain person?
Just hold it there, Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Novalo.
Chair, I thought you were going to call the witness into order. The manner he has addressed the member is unwarranted and undesirable. To say a member has put herself upside down, what is that? You've got a responsibility to protect members and witnesses who must engage each other with respect here.
Yeah, he said the question. I think he might have wanted to say the facts have been mixed.
Yeah.
And I think the member understood it because instead of mentioning the name of Nhlanhla or Mr. Nhlanhla, she mentioned Mr. Mkhwanazi, but the witness understood the context to that the member wanted to ask about Mr. Nhlanhla. And that is why, look, we can pardon him for the language use. I don't think it was intentional. He would have wanted to assist the member to say, but it's like your facts are mixed. If we can have the facts reorganized. And for that, I did not fault him. You can proceed, Honorable Sokanyile.
Fine.
May I apologize if this is how it came out, because I didn't want to use the word the honorable member confused this, the thing. It would have been more, it would sound like I'm saying the honorable member is confused, so I didn't have the right word, but I apologize. I'm ready for the question, Honorable.
Accepted. You can answer.
What was the question?
I was saying that you had a meeting with Mr. Nhlanhla about a supply chain related issue who came to complain. Then I'm asking, you didn't refer Mr. Nhlanhla to a person responsible or a senior person in the supply chain department or the national commissioner? Why didn't you do so?
Honorable Chair and members, when you are or you have been awarded a tender by the South African Police Service, which have gone past supply chain. Now, the next level to complain if there is an issue was the logical thing to go to the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. This is what he did. He went to the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, which in that case, I was acting in that capacity.
Then the meeting that you had with Brown Mkhwanazi discussing some of the issues, you said Brown Mkhwanazi, you knew him from Northwest, he's an activist. Then you said yourself, you don't belong to any political party. But you are meeting this, you met this activist and you knew Brown Mkhwanazi because he's an activist. Am I correct?
Yes, I said that. Not because he's an activist. I know him as an activist in Northwest.
Then most of the meetings that you held, either Brown Mkhwanazi or Kat Nhlanhla.
Are you in Camps Bay? I'll come and greet you because that's the only time I met him. And the second time when he said, I'm in Gauteng, I'm coming to consult. Are you around? And I said, yes, I'm at my lawyer's as well. Okay, I'll see you when I break. And we just greet.
The work-related ones now, the outcomes of the work-related meetings, have you ever reported them to your senior, who happens to the National Commissioner? Have you ever reported the outcomes of those meetings? I didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat?
Thank you.
Can you repeat your answer? I didn't hear clearly.
I don't know if I still remember the trail of thought, but what I heard was, did you inform your National Commissioner? And I said, but I did inform the National Commissioner. The very first time around, I received a call from Brown, that I received a strange call from a person who called himself Brown. But he was telling me about, that I must be careful, I'm being followed, I'm being listened to, which was the case. And said, these people are working against you because they want to push you out. That's what he said to me initially. And then I did tell the National Commissioner, I said, no, keep on listening to him. And it wasn't a subject to really take any further.
And then thereafter, you knew Brown Mkhwanazi because you are saying that you told the National Commissioner that you got a call from a person you didn't know.
Yes. And as he phones.
When you said yesterday, your hatred or the hatred, the presumed hatred between yourselves and General Mkhwanazi, you saw it, it was there. Is that the reason why you had to communicate with the junior officials in KZN instead of a provincial commissioner?
And me trying to speak to General Mkhwanazi to arrange and also to please inform the PC on my behalf. Like it happens in many other provinces, I never thought General Mkhwanazi will actually take it too hard, like he did. Similar situations have happened in Mpumalanga. Similar situations happened in Malanga where the nation, the one of Piet Retief, where councillors were killed and a good job. How? Now you are calling my people and me you are leaving behind. And these are my people. I say, General, please, General, come with them. And she came, we interacted with them, but I apologized. And it was really not war like it is still today, just for the fact that I didn't speak to you directly, I spoke to someone who's your deputy. So it differs from character to character, from person to person. But it happens on a daily basis with all the provinces.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Thank you very much.
Before, General, you confirm the display of hatred towards you.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I'm also from the Eastern Cape, and I am here not because I was fired there.
Yeah, but before, Honorable Sokanyile said she wanted to ask about that person from the Western Cape, who the general has said that he or she was fired.
Yeah, Chair, that's why I'm saying I'm from the Eastern Cape.
No, I'm just checking with her. Are you no longer asking that question, or because you had promised the general that you were going to ask him?
No. I'm no longer going to ask because he has reflected how they hated him also.
Okay. Yeah, my apologies, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Chair, General, good morning. We are going to sectorize my questions in two. The first emanate from the answers you have given yesterday to the evidence leader. And the second emanate from the statement you deposed to this committee. When I want you to confirm to the committee that the answers you gave yesterday are to the best of your information and they are not a bad denial. To confirm.
Make me understand, Chair, because when the honorable member says the answers I gave versus the affidavit I deposed, they are not a bad denial. Can the honorable member take me to a specific point?
I'm saying, leave the statement for now. We'll come to the statement. I'm saying you have been asked the whole day by the evidence leader yesterday. You have provided answers.
Yes.
And in your statement, you said, you confirm that the information you are to give is to the best of your knowledge.
That's correct.
So I'm asking that do you confirm on record that all the answers that you would have given to the ad hoc committee yesterday,
yes,
are the best of the knowledge that you have and not a bad denial?
That is correct.
Thank you. Your boss, General Masemola, deposed a statement in this committee. And one of the provisions in the statement say there was a meeting between him, General Khumalo, and the Minister of Police that declared you a rogue police officer. Are you a rogue police officer?
I've never been one in my 37 years old in the service.
So you deny the allegations?
I deny that and they must prove that.
Okay. So you receive a call from a gentleman by the name of Brown Mkhwanazi, who comes and meets with you in a hotel in Camps Bay. You dine together. He divulges an intelligence information to you, an alleged plot to oust you or something. But didn't it concern you as a Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police Service that a civilian information about your intelligence services did it
Me is the fact that he was telling me something about I know. And in that regard, I work with information. I've got people who are my informers, I have people who are whistleblowers. I deal with information. So even if I am concerned, the only thing I can do is to either speak to the National Commissioner, or where the National Commissioner is involved, I'll speak to the deputy ministers.
No. From community members, which is fair. This is a different discourse, General. This person comes to you as a deputy national commissioner, brings an information about your intelligence services, not about what is happening in the community that will help you execute the mandate that you have. So this is different. I agree. It is important that you work with communities, get information, but this is different. A civilian comes to you, gives you information about your intelligence services. Did it not concern you that how did a civilian get hold of this kind of information as a person given a responsibility to manage and control them?
When someone comes to you, I cannot be worried about the fact that this person is giving me information that
can control them.
When someone comes to you, I cannot be worried about the fact that this person is giving me information that is actually saying to me, look over your back. I can't be worried about such.
So intelligence formation of the countries that is lingering among community members doesn't worry you as a deputy national commissioner. Is that what you are saying?
That is the most concern that we must raise within the intelligence structure.
I'm talking about you, General, as a deputy national commissioner. So it does not concern you that an information that is supposed to be in the custody of intelligence services is lingering around community members. It does not confirm. Is that your evidence that you are not concerned when intelligence information is lingering around community members?
Of course, I am concerned if ever a member of the public will have information, in particular documents that belongs to intelligence. It is a cause for concern. But if it is information that relates to the security that affects me, or you just giving me information as a whistleblower, it happens on a daily basis from many angles of the country where you get such information. People on the ground do come across information, and people do report right up to the highest office. They report, they bring information.
Okay, Chair, I think let's just note that the first General Sibiya was not concerned, and on the second, General Sibiya was concerned. What did you do with that information?
It's information that says watch over your back. And then what I did is, sometimes I approach the National Commissioner. Sometimes I did speak to General Kumar and say, I understand there is one of the senior managers who's going around here and saying, when I'm going to arrest your boss, or we intend to arrest so and so and so and so. And at some point, it's even journalists where they want a journalist to run a story that says General Sibiya's arrest is imminent, and they want the journalist to run that story. And then I have a lot of AI generated TikTok messages about me. So you find that when you Google me or when you go into TikTok, you find that there is thousands of negative messages, or they will take my message and turn it replicates into many messages.
The question, General, was that what did you do about that?
What did I do about the information? I use it to my advantage to make sure that I survive.
Okay. Are you in constant contact with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi?
Not on a daily basis,
But you are communicating?
I am communicating.
About issues relating to the police service?
No, not about issues related to the
issues in general.
In general.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's take back what Honorable Sokhanyile was asking you. Mr. Nhlanhla finds difficulties in operating in terms of the work that he was given, comes to your office for the first time.
Yes.
Then you say beyond that was the account that you have told us is that he came to ask about his tender issue where he found difficulties. You were acting national commissioner there. But you continue to say you have met him for about 5 times or less.
Yeah.
And you moreover say all this fracas happens when you are about to know him more or when you are about to know each other more. Is it a general practice in the police service that the top brass of the service has got direct contact and direct relationship with service providers? And how many service providers do have the same relationship that you have with Mr. Nhlanhla in the SAPS?
What I know is that Mr. Nhlanhla is a well-known person in the service, in the police. As you can see at some point right from the minister downward.
Let's talk about you, General.
No, I'm just saying, you ask, the honorable member asked a question whether is there a general practice in the police. Now I'm saying it is a general practice in the police because it's a service provider, it's a stakeholder. Whether you're talking about Old Mutual, you're talking Metropolitan, you're talking about many other, they, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, they find themselves in the same space. They are known to each other. That is why they gave him a tender to operate in the college where the National Commissioner is. And there was no problem that the National Commissioner saw himself on Mr. Nhlanhla there. There was no issue because at that point in time, nobody knew about Mr. Nhlanhla's involvement in any crime. Because if they knew, and I'm the only one who's actually working with him, it would have been understood or understandable. But in this case, I also take it that even the National Commissioner or any other person there didn't know.
Do you know where Mr. Nhlanhla resides?
No.
You have never been in his homestead?
No.
Okay, that's not right. Let's go back to the entire fracas about the dissolution of the PKTT and stuff. Do you think that political killings are still prevalent in the political system in South Africa?
Do I?
Do you think that in the political system of South Africa, we are daily still experiencing political killings?
Yes, but at a much lower rate.
Than it was before.
Than it was.
To say yes,
yeah.
But in a much lower rate.
Yes.
Do you think that that much lower rate is as a result of the work that was done by the political killings task team?
I agree.
You agree?
Yeah.
Do you think that it is quite warranted that such a working political killing task team be dissolved? What is your view as a deputy national commissioner now? Analyzing the situation, seeing this team that you agree here under oath that is working hard. Do you think it was a proper decision to proceed with this dissolution given what you have just told us?
Personally, and looking at what the South African Police Services embarked on themselves, they establish specialized units that will take care of, including, among others, political killings.
No. General, we are talking about one letter here. I hear you are bringing an overall approach over task teams. Here, what brings us here today is you are saying, in your view, political killings are still prevalent, and the political killings task team has done a tremendous job in reducing political killings in South Africa. Now, the question still is, do you think then, therefore, that it's a proper welcome?
Honorable Chair, I'm saying still. They said to the House Portfolio Committee Chairperson that they have achieved the purpose for which they were established. They have stabilized all the districts accept only eThekwini district. Now, we can't keep them only to attend to only one district now. I said yesterday, go to El Dorado Park, go to Westbury, go to Hanover Park, Manningbeg, all those dangerous areas, Cape Flats, where people are dying every day. Let us refocus the energy and the resources and the budget to where they are needed. And we don't say political killing trust team must die. We're saying we have now come up with a work study that says they must fall under murder and robbery unit so that the whole country can have a benefit of the expertise, to have expertise throughout the country to be able to fight this type of cases. Any murder, taxi violence murder, serial murder, police killings, if it falls under murder and robbery unit, that has got a pool of excellence within it. They will be able to operate throughout the country, but you don't need to have a small group of people based in KZ and to take over the whole country.
Okay. Yeah, just to hold it there. General, when you say that we are saying that the resources that we have deployed to the PKTT must fall under, you say, murder and robbery unit. Is that what is contained in the letter that was written by the minister dissolving the PKTT?
Yes. Okay. And also when you look at the work study they did, it says that they must fall under murder and robbery unit. And it is also what they presented in Parliament, that it must fall within the murder and robbery unit. So in general, there's no disagreement that they belong. This is serious and violent crime that falls under component serious and violent crime. This is where they belong. So we should put structures, permanent structures, and even the CFO commented and say post-elections they must be deactivated. When you look at the elections that passed, there was zero incident. In many times, it is just because of how you deploy. But let us have, throughout the country, structures that are well established to be able to fight that.
Chair, I think let's pass, because what would have been said on the 5th of March in the portfolio committee meeting is actually an aftermath of, because the letter predates that meeting. The letter is 31st December 2024. The meeting is 5 March 2025. Now, in this dissolution, you proceed with a plan. And you sign the plan. General Masemola says, what keeps the status of the political killing system intact is the fact that the minister did not sign his winding down plan. You say in your statement, you have signed the plan. How many plans did you have to dissolve the trust?
How many plans?
Plan.
There was one plan that says, as per the directive that I received from the Office of the National Commissioner, is to disband and to deactivate, to communicate the deactivation to the team. That's the communication that I received from the National Commissioner.
Okay.
And both the email and it lays out the whole plan coming from the National Commissioner's office, confirmed by him in July, in the March, and the next day, on the 6th of March, in a form of an action plan. So all I'm saying is that there's never been any objection in front of the minister, at least.
Okay.
And in my case, I was never written anything in writing. If the National Commissioner was of the view or of the opinion that it looked like I am not listening or I don't cooperate, the National Commissioner would have officially written to me and say, This thing, I'm still attending to it with the minister, and I would like.
Okay, was there a meeting between yourself, General Khumalo, General Masemula, General Mkhwanazi, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, and the Minister discussing a winding down plan of the political killings testing?
Unless in Parliament, but I've never sat in a meeting when the political killing task team was being discussed and General Mkhwanazi was involved. But there has been meetings where there is General Masemola, Nkabinde, Khumalo.
We have evidence in our disposal that there was such a meeting where you had the other tree supporting the plan and the other tree does not. It is not supporting the plan, but let's leave it like that. So in your winding down, let's leave the Masemola winding down. Chair, it looks like we've got two winding down plans here. The one of General Sibiya and the one of General Masemola. Let's go to yours. Political killings system does not only comprise of SAPS members. Comprise DPCI, comprise NPA, comprise crime intelligence. In your plan, was there a consultation process to those that are part of the political killings system?
Let's start here.
The evidence in the disposal of the ad hoc committee now is that a statement by the National Commissioner says, I developed a winding down plan of the political killings task team. And the reason why the political killings task team is still intact now is because the minister did not sign my plan, process plan to dissolve the political killings task team. That's the point. So I'm submitting to the chair that we've got two plans, the one submitted by the National Commissioner and the other submitted by his deputy.
I'm still responding, Chair, that there are no two plans. There's one plan, and that plan is that of the National Commissioner. Then you don't have a Sibiya plan, you don't have a National Commissioner's plan. The plan that is supposedly supposed to be that of General Sibiya is the one that comes from the National Commissioner's office through his office managers, the one that we are relying on, and it takes care of all. And I can read the topic. I just want to get to.
No, it's fine. You can leave it. I got the answer. I got the answer.
Allow him to take you through.
I'm looking for that document with a signature in the body of the. The letter of deactivation that here is it. Maybe for the benefit of the public out there and the House at large, Chair, I'm requesting to read this letter in its entirety, because I want the record to be kept so that anybody who listens, they must see at what length did we go to try to take care that this document or the transition, it covers everything. Now, it reads that, can I proceed, Chair? This letter is just, and it is written to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. That is now after I received from the National Commissioner that says, please communicate to the team. And I forwarded to the Divisional Commissioner. Now, the National Commissioner says, I spoke to General Rabi to assist him. Now, General Rabi writes a letter that read that one that was compiled by General Khumalo on instruction of the National Commissioner, and the House can decide which one, in fact, make more sense and more effective. But it says deactivating and disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. The South African Police Service established the National Task Team on Political Killings, NTKPP, to address the concerning rise in politically motivated murders and related crimes involving political figures. These specialized ensure justice and maintain political stability in disbanded the NTKPP. This decision was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts. The directive requires immediate compliance with appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the NTKPP in accordance with current prescripts in this regard. These measures must ensure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. Now, that was our top priority, both myself and the National Commissioner, that a team must be established to oversee the disbandment process and address any to the divisional commissioner, which means the report is still coming at some point, but we are not yet there. Assignment of cases. All case dockets must be hand-delivered to a location designated by the divisional commissioner for detective and forensic service, who must establish a secure repository for case files and evidence to ensure continuity and prevent any loss or tampering. These dockets will then be reallocated to appropriate investigation unit. It says they must be delivered to a location designated by the divisional commissioner for forensics, not to my office. The second point that I want to indicate here is that the docket will then be reallocated to appropriate investigative unit with their capacity to continue, as they indicated even in Parliament that they will take them to murder and robbery unit, and this is what is supported by the work study investigation that has been approved by the National Commissioner himself on the 6th of June 2025. Personnel redeployment. The PKTT members must be reassigned to other units within SAPS in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service and other relevant divisional and provincial commissioners. Detailed record of deployment personnel must be maintained and apprehended to final report. To me, the SAPS was going to benefit from these members because wherever they go, they will re-establish the same time of approach, but the country will benefit. Equipment and vehicles redistribution. All equipment vehicles allocated to the NTKPP must be redistributed to other units within the South African Police Service in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service and other relevant divisional and provincial commissioners. Detailed record of the redistribution resources must be maintained and appended to the final report. You can imagine how many vehicles were bought. Millions of rands were bought for this PKTT, but if those cars, those resources were to be redistributed to fight the crime, be it in KZN is still fine, or to the murder and robbery unit, so that the same work can continue. Stakeholder communications. All internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about disbandment of the NTKPT, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocol. Now, here we are saying we must remember that Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi suggested that the NPA were not informed, but here...
General, I thought that when you made reference to that, answer the question of the member. Remember, the question is that you must demonstrate that there were no two plans.
Yes.
Between the police commissioner and yourself.
Actually, Chair, we passed that. We're on the part where the party is reading that all stakeholders must be notified through writing. I think we can take it from there now.
Okay.
Okay, so I must stop.
No.
Can I finish?
He wants to hear the part of the stakeholders.
We do it. If it was me, it was going to be like I was forcefully disbanding. But mine was to communicate to the team that had to do it and giving them a roadmap and say, these are the key issues that we must work on.
This letter is signed by you.
It's signed by me. This is the letter that the National Commissioner said you can sign because it's operational. And then
not once, but on several occasions, I this process, and I will handle it. Reading, because I still have another letter here written by yourself, dated April 2022. 22 Emon. He has said to us that he have warned you in April that you must stay away from the PKTT, but then Yeah, maybe before you go back to Honorable Nhlanhla, if you can just take us through that to say the letters that the reason why I'm asking you who signed the letter, and you say it's you, and I have this other one as well of 22. It has the same topic of, the same subject of deactivation and disbandment of the PKTT, and it's signed by yourself. How to sign these letters when the National Commission instructed him to get out of the PKTT, because from the onset he was never involved. And I also listen to you when you speak here. When they appear before the portfolio committee, you say you are not there yourself.
When I say they, Chair, remember at this point in time, we've got General Kumar and General Masemola, who were presenting. I was part of the whole presentation because as far as I'm concerned, we are all part of one team.
You were there in that meeting?
I was in that meeting.
Yeah, but when you say if you say they.
I was there, and then the presentation we own.
Okay, no, it's fine. To your communication, your correspondences, and clarify within the context of what honorable process is here. The winding plan. And here is my deputy, is my colleague. I say, look, wait here, I will handle this. And then you are reading a letter. What is the date of the letter you are reading?
I think it's 17 January.
Yeah, and this one is 22nd April. Help the honorable member to understand. Thank you.
I'm asking, Chair, to just before I get to the honorable member, just to mention two issues. The first issue, working with the National Commissioner, working smoothly with the National Commissioner. On the 4th of April, the National Commissioner assessing me and in all respect saying competent in everything, then his only concern that he ruled.
The context.
Honorable Mkhwanazi, please take me back to my
consent. Okay, so we have not arrived there. We're going there.
I have to survive.
We passed the issue of the two plans, Chair. It is the evidence of the general that no, they are not two according to his knowledge. It's fine. Let's take it from there. Let's just record it as he says it. So the letter that he reads speaks about informing stakeholders internally and externally. Because, Chair, when a possibility arises for NPA, DPCI, and crime intelligence to come to this committee, we'll ask them if they know about any plan or any process to disband the political killing system. So I'm asking again to you, General, have you been able to inform those stakeholders of the directive and the plan thereof in respect of the dissolution of the political killing system? Doing this, General, so that they don't come here and say, no, we don't know anything about that. So it must be on record that you have informed them that the political killing system has reached its sell-by date.
Chair, that was not my responsibility to do that, to inform the stakeholders. The stakeholders had to be informed by the project manager of the political killing task team. The instruction came that says, communicate this to the relevant team. I did that. Theirs was to start the process and to start running with the baton. Not me running letters all over, writing letters to every stakeholder, to that one and that one, going to see that one, going to meet that one. It was the responsibility of the task team, project leader, to do it.
General, you speak like someone who's operating in a peripheral environment. You are given a responsibility to head an institution as big as SAPS. Beyond that, you are given a responsibility to oversee and preside over a process of dissolving the political teams, didn't you? Was that responsibility not given to you?
That's correct.
Is it not given to you?
That's correct.
Is it not your responsibility to ensure that your subordinates or your juniors do the obligations that they've been given to expedite the process?
That is why I was writing those.
But you can't say you can't go around with letters. The point here is
the stakeholders had to be informed by the project manager, not by myself.
Chair, can I repeat the question? I am not asking who bears the responsibility of informing the stakeholders. Imagine today, the chair gives us, all of us as members, responsibilities one by one. And when the chair is asked outside by the media that, how are you handling this and that? And he says, no, I gave that to Nhlanhla, it's not on me. The point general here is that you are presiding over the process now. You give responsibilities to the project manager. So it's upon your obligation to ensure that who you gave a responsibility actually does the responsibility given.
Chair, all I know is that the direct instruction from the Office of the National Commissioner says, communicate to the relevant team and to prepare a close-up report. Then come a letter of the 17th that gives a roadmap that says this is what must happen. Inform the internal and stakeholders. This comes from me telling the project manager, inform the internal and external. That's the part that I could play and how far I could go. And
so
that's
you're not aware that one you gave a responsibility to inform stakeholders did that responsibility. In your view, what is the status? Of the political killing system?
It's just like Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said, it's running, it's up and running.
So it's not dissolved?
It never was.
Okay. The plan was signed?
The plan was signed.
But why was it not dissolved then?
Because Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi says he was not informed, therefore
it's the instructions of the top brass of the service.
Which happened.
Okay. Let's go to dockets. You say you are the custodian of all the dockets in South Africa.
Correct.
But you say there are dockets that you can. Okay.
That was approved by the National Commissioner. That says I just want the page, Chair, that says the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection is the custodian of all dockets in the country. In the bundle. Chair, I want to just, legal team, do you know? Evidence leader?
Yes, the witness is.
I want to be able to get to that page that assists me, where it says the Deputy National Commissioner is the one that was even approved by the National Commissioner, because I account for the performance of the detectives even before the Auditor General. And as a result, when we talk about the docket, when you register a case docket, it is for investigation. Once it is for investigation, it falls within my space. Now the docket leading to up until prosecution is my docket as the detective. The uniform in the police station will open a case docket. And then the next person who comes to sign for the docket is a detective. Now the detective is their docket. Yes, it belongs to a station for that station, because when you ask, for an example, you say you open a case in Wheatbank, it will be Wheatbank case so-and-so, Midrand case so-and-so, Devon Central case so-and-so. But the dockets belong to those stations, but I am responsible for all the dockets because I account to the Auditor General for all the dockets. I'm saying this now in the absence of the documents I have here. I will come across it now. But all the investigations or investigative processes belong under crime detection, which I'm responsible for. Now, which means that is why I was saying to the National Commissioner, I have dockets that are in uniform, that are at ORS, and the National Commissioner said, no, those detectives must fall under you. I have dockets that are at ID or Hawks. Those dockets, I must account for those dockets. So I'm the custodian of all the dockets.
Okay. I was asking.
Sorry, Chair, I was just trying to.
Let's allow the member to conclude. You will come later.
Not on the topic.
I was asking, where is the power derived from? Is it derived from the employment contract? Is it derived from the policy? Is it derived from legislation? Where is this power of custodianship of all dockets? Is
from the employment contract and from the legislative framework of the detectives.
Okay. Where are the 21 dockets, 121 dockets?
Where are they?
Now, yes.
They are.
I'm asking from the custodian now.
They are I take it that they will be with the political killing task team project manager.
Why were they taken?
They were taken, brought by them to be taken to where they needed to be taken to, which is the specialized unit, murder and robbery unit, which is mandated to investigate political killing task team. Those that what they are investigating as a task team, in fact, belongs to murder and robbery unit. They are just a separate structure that is running outside the structure.
Okay, General, you have just confirmed with us now that the political killings task team is up and running. If that's the case, why were 121 dockets taken from the political killings task team that is up and running?
Chair, a decision was taken to disband immediately. And the political killing task team project manager did say that this political killing task team have achieved the purpose for which it was intended for, to stabilize and to fight the killings of the politicians and your traditional leaders and others. Now, when you look at the map, I wish we could display the map. If it's doable, Chair, that what was presented in the to be able to see how they've stabilized. I don't know, Chair, evidence leader, that is it possible to put that document that shows how they have stabilized, all of them green, and then that in fact it shows 1-1, and they said only eThekwini district is the one that is problematic, but the rest, there are no political killing task team anymore. So and that it will be now done in a phase out approach.
The letter was what General Kumalo would have said it was actually later than the 31st of December 2024. The letter says, the service of the political killings task team is no longer required because it's no longer adding any value. And you have attested here in front of us that, in your view, the political killings test team has actually been able to down spiral the rate at which political killings happened in South Africa. Political killings happened in South Africa. Now, let's pass this stage, in general. Let's go to the letter. I think, Chair, I'm going to this letter. It's on page 20 of the index Coban, page 20. I wasn't happy with how the general responded yesterday, and I thought it's fine. Let me not stress. Let me come back to it today. Here, there is an issue about confiscation of Vusumzi Nhlanhla phone and a cracking of WhatsApp conversations of Vusumzi Nhlanhla. It is established there that there is a constant communication between Mr. Nhlanhla and Mr. Mkhwanazi. It's not between you and them. In this communication, Mr. Mkhwanazi, the one you had breakfast with, alleges that he has the message reads like this: I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya, the minister. They must have a solution. And it goes down and say the test team that came to your house and harassed you have been and harassed you. But in that there is confirmation of a person you considered in this meeting. When did you have breakfast again with Mr. Mkhwanazi?
I think it was on the 8th of
January 2025.
Yeah, Chair, I may be wrong. He came for the 8th of January meeting. And I take it that it was in the morning. But normally, because of we are working as the South African police, we would wake up early and be on the ground. So I don't know whether it could be it did before or that, but it did come, I confirm, we met.
When did SAPS raid Mr. Nhlanhla's homestead and confiscate his phone?
They say it's on the 6th
of
December. That's what I read in the statement.
Of December?
Yeah.
Last year?
It was on the 6th of December because in one of the statements that I read, it says it was the raid of the 6th of December that led to the beginning of the disbandment of the test.
When did Mr. Nhlanhla get arrested? In your knowledge?
Far deep in May.
This year?
This year.
So the breakfast dates the arrest. And these messages are taken on the basis of the arrest and confiscation. So fine, General Mkhwanazi alleges that they have scanned, they have audited the dockets to check if they are in the same shape as they were when they were taken. We say I think they found about 5 with some minor deficiencies, with some missing pages and all that. Are you aware of that?
I heard him, but I don't agree with that.
Okay. Let's go to Forte. We've got 4 members of the PKTT whom you allege that they have taken money in some point in the Eastern Cape. Of course, we established that they are not 6 or 10, they are 4. And one amongst them did not take money in terms of your statement. It's page 167, 176 and 177. One of them just got himself some polo neck and a coat. A new polo neck and a coat. Now, I want to take us through what is your reading of that. Do you read it as a pure act of bribery and money laundering between police and an accused person? Or do you read it as a covert operation of the police to lay in
An undercover operation work to
operations, Chair?
On a point of, not a point of order, just the sound, please, General, if you could direct General to speak into the mic. Thanks.
Okay.
On a point of sound. Thank you.
Clarity.
Now, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi came and under oath made statements here that sometimes a covert operation would be them buying a Lamborghini just to infiltrate a Lamborghini club that is suspecting to be involved in criminal activities. Is that correct?
It's wrong.
It's wrong, completely wrong.
It's not an investigator, it's wrong.
Okay. Now, Chair, let's take matter. I think a lot of issues I've covered. I'm left with the issue of when you wrote communications.
I want you to know that you are asking the last question.
Yes, it is the last question.
Yeah.
General Khumalo is due to come and testify. But following his testimony, what was cut down in the Judicial Commission, seems to have a different story with what you are using, but it's fine, we'll take it when he comes here. But I want you to confirm before us
what we have been communicating with him on the dissolution because he's a project leader. Now, what has shared with him in respect of this matter? Thank you.
Basically, he ignored my emails because remember the National Commissioner said he told him to ignore me. And as a result, which means whatever that was happening going forward, it was happening because the National Commissioner said, this is how you will do it. Now, even when the dockets were brought over to head office or wherever, starting from when the National Commissioner said, ignore that one. Whatever that happens to head office or wherever, because he already got instruction from the National Commissioner himself that says, ignore that one. So anything and everything that flows therefrom.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyile. Thank you so much, Honorable Nhlanhla. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shongwe. The two of you, when you are done, we are going to break. So in case honorable members may want to see themselves in and out, you can just do that discreetly. Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Shongwe, I'm handing over to you.
Sorry, Chair.
No, before, Senior Counsel wanted to say something.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No, it was at the time when I think he was looking for some assistance on the dockets, and I was going to just point out perhaps which annexes he might want to refer to, but it seems we've passed that now. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Just a quick one before Honorable starts. Are we sharing the time, or you're gonna cap us in terms of 10 minutes of an alt, or taking is 20, or is it one time?
Your time is 40 minutes.
Okay.
It's 30 minutes for the full member, and
okay. Can you please advise us when
you must not even ask about your time because it's the discretion of the chair.
I won't fight you today, but kindly when it's 30, please tell us so that I won't be told it's here.
I have said that when you see the microphone upright, you must know that your time has petered out.
Thank you, Chair.
General Sibiya.
Chair, I want to ask a question in relation to the Honorable Member Skhosana. That because he's a complainant in my case, and this is the person I'm going to sit with at some point, stand against in court, because he's a complainant. And him using this platform now to solicit answers from me that I'm going to have to defend before court, to me, it's a very serious concern. This is the member that I feel is working with General Mkhwanazi, because the statement that was used by the General Mkhwanazi's team to go and open a case, this name is there. Now I must stand before the same member to cross-examine or to ask me questions. Now I'm raising a concern.
Yeah.
If I can be protected.
I'm going to protect you in this way. You are raising a legitimate concern, and then we may not even be seen trampling on your rights. What I will advise you to do, because I explained to you yesterday that sitting here as the committee, we do not have any power to decide on how we are composed. Protect your rights. I will advise you to decide if you want to respond to the question, if you want to respond to the question or not. If a question is asked to you or not. If a question is asked to you, you can decide if you want to respond to it or not.
And if I say I don't want to respond to his questions, if I say I don't want to respond to his questions?
No. We have to follow the process. You can't say, I don't want to respond to your questions. We must allow him to ask the questions. And then if you say, I reserve my right to comment.
I think, Chair, he must answer questions. And when you say he must not answer questions, sorry, Chair, when you say he must not answer, you can decide on which questions to answer or not. He can say from number 1 to 30, no, I don't want to answer. No, I don't want to answer. Where are we going to do that?
No, I'm not saying that he must not answer.
No, Chair, you are saying that he must decide if he wants to answer or not. So if from number 1 to 100, he decides, okay, he's going to waste our time and say, he asked a question and then he says, no, I don't want to answer. No, I don't.
Satisfied with a response that was given by Andile. We also even said, as the MK party, if there is a legal advice coming from the office of the Speaker, we will also consult our own senior counsel in this regard to ensure that there is a strike of balance and we are satisfied with what has been communicated to us as a legal position. So I really understand, maybe the witness has forgotten, but my memory reminds me that this is a position that we agreed upon yesterday.
Honorable.
Okay, just a few things, Chair. I think we are keep regressing on this matter, right? So we have gotten an opinion from our parliament lawyers, and not just on these matters, but when we were discussing recusal on a lot of unless they've gone through some ethics process or powers and privileges process, and none of us have done that. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any other honorable member who wants to speak on this matter? Okay. Look, Honorable Skhosana. And so, do you allow him to ask me questions and I respond? And where I'm sitting as the chairperson, I can't prescribe how the questions must be answered. If the witness says no comment, that is a response. It's a response. Because we must not run these proceedings in such a way that we become unfair to a member of parliament on this point that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is written in the name that when we started the proceedings, General Sibiya put it on record here and said, you must know that I'm getting into these proceedings under protest. It's not something that he's raising now. So can I get indication from you, honorable members from the MKP?
In the South African Police Service Portfolio Committee, dealing with South African Police Service. I sit in the Police Portfolio Committee. I deal with everyone across the board, from the minister to the top management of South African Police Service, and to the ordinary member, a complainant on the ground.
Yeah.
So it can't be right to say, maybe I'm a friend, maybe no, I'm not a friend.
You are raising I'm
at work.
You are raising a
answer or what he must do. He's made the point, and I think you rather want to ask him if he wants to withdraw it. Because now it looks like you are saying to General Sibiya, withdraw that. So maybe you want to ask whether he thinks he wants to withdraw it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. A statement how you feel about Honorable Skosana asking you questions. You made an additional statement apart from the protest that you registered with us. You made an additional statement that goes to say he opened the case because he talks to General Mkhwanazi. Do you stand by that statement? I think it's what the honorable member is asking me to check with you.
Yeah, I stand by the statement for simple reasons. The fact that the honorable member went and opened a case, and then the next thing, the details of the case and the statement and everything is what the investigating officer of the case is using, applying for a search warrant. As far as I'm concerned, there has been communication. And I'm not doing it to disrespect the House. If ever, in one way or another, it gets to a point where I'm regarded of being out of order, I really apologize and I would withdraw if that is the case. But if I'm not wrong, may I be allowed to still stand to that statement? Because remember, Chair, that there have been marches against me as well from the MK party. And it's the same MK party that opens a case against me. And the MK party, it was in support of General Mkhwanazi. The march was saying in support of General Mkhwanazi. And then now, again, the MK party opened a case against me. And now I'm standing before an honorable member and who's now must ask questions from me. And these are the questions of which the honorable member statement, or what he was mentioned in the thing that is going on, unfair thing that is going on against me. So I feel that here I'm standing in front of.
I think the part that Honorable Sangoni wanted to hear is not the motivation for why you think it will be unfair for him to ask you questions, is whether you stand by the part that says he talks to General Mkhwanazi.
I stand by that, Chair.
Okay. Do you want to continue, Honorable Skosana?
But my question of clarity on a matter of procedure, I asked it yesterday, but it wasn't responded to after the parliamentary legal advisor gave the legal opinion on the matter. So I just want to...
that we don't have any authority, neither of us. I can't instruct Honorable Skosana out of this meeting. Neither can I instruct any other member of the committee. I don't have those powers. It will be arbitrary. If we want to try and do, we find ourselves in a situation like this, a situation which we do not know how. May I finish, Honorable Sols? Yeah, your hand can go down. I'm going to allow you a chance to speak. We allow the honorable members to ask General Sibiya questions, and General Sibiya will respond. Yeah. And if you are not happy with any response that he gives, you can raise your hand and say, but is there anything that you further that you may want to say, General Sibiya? And then he will tell you, yes, I have more that I can say, or I have nothing more to say. He's the one that will respond to matters like this. That is why
then, Chair, you should say,
I want to plead with honorable members that the situation that we face is our situation. It's not the situation of the chairperson of the committee. The rules of this house say, take all this matter reference, honorable members, are saying that you are the what moment when you have taken a decision to inform her office about these developments. And so for now, I'm going to request that we proceed. I'm requesting you, honorable members, that we proceed.
The point that I was trying to go to, Chair, is can we request that when we get the legal opinion, the written legal opinion tomorrow, the matter that now arises in this meeting, which we didn't have before, where the witness himself says that he feels prejudice, do we have a Chair?
Okay. Honorable Nombalo.
Chair.
Okay. Honorable Nombalo.
Chair, I just want to make a kind plea to you as the chairperson of the meeting. As the MK party, we request to be protected in this meeting. The witness has made serious allegations against the MK party. Opened the case against General Sibiya. It's impossible for 58 members to go to a police station and open one docket and be complainants, all of them. Skosana was delegated by the MK party. Now, Skosana was a messenger. Now, as the MK party were being insulted here, that the reason why we opened that case is because of a relationship with Skosana and General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We opened that case because of Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We opened that case because of Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We believe that the allegations that he made need to be investigated.
I call the general to withdraw that statement. And to withdraw that statement. And your fellow member from the African National Congress said, may I check with the to withdraw? And a fellow member of this committee said, no, check with him if he stands by that statement. And he says, look, I'm not withdrawing. You say you're not withdrawing. Let's ask General Sibiya questions and hear what his responses are.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to say, this is not personal. This is not personal. I haven't instructed any policeman to go and confiscate your gadgets of General Sibiya or any other thing. Once you open a case.
As I explained yesterday, Chair, that when we say immediate, we were saying the process must start immediately. And when we say the process must start immediately, it means from today, started the process of disbanding. From now, you can start immediately. And this, even as you can see, is consistent with what is said in that statement, in that document of the 17th of January to say stakeholder must be engaged, internal and external must be engaged. This must happen. And now it gave a roadmap of what was supposed to happen, which means everything was going to happen.
To that component which you spoke about, of serious and violent crime within the division, detective, and forensic services. The transition will ensure continuity of cases, particularly those who are under investigation and those that are in court. The word transition appears twice in the presentation, and words have been meaning general. In your view, is it possible that something is in transition immediately?
Yes, the transition meaning that we will then take it from this team, PKTT, to murder and robbery unit. This is transition from that to this. And it will take form in a phase-out approach, meaning that the phase-out approach says the first phase will be to deliver the case dockets to the murder and robbery unit, which is the phase they started, they carried out.
Now, was it not only yourself and the chief of staff who were in favor?
No.
It's crucial, General, to separate separate NASCOM acceptance of disbanding the PKT from his views or the method which you thought was correct. He may have agreed to disband, am I right? Possibly, sir. Inverted commas.
Never said that.
No. I will remind you, General. One, you said that General Mkhwanazi undermined you as his senior, am I right?
Yes.
Are you aware that as you said yourself, let me just give you that. Are you aware that the accounting officer in the South African police?
Yes.
Are you aware that he originated those powers from the statute? You cannot have that power at all. You only have delegated powers. Now, the provincial, why are you saying Mkhwanazi undermines you?
Like I'm saying, Honorable Chair, I think yesterday I did read out my delegation and then my functions, duties and functions as the Deputy National Commissioner and the legal framework that actually suggests what are my responsibilities. The National Commissioner, even in his own words, said there's no gap, there's no any other member between me and him. It's him, ourselves as the Deputy National Commissioners, then the divisional commissioners and provincial commissioners under us. So in other ways, I'm a Deputy National Commissioner, I'm accountable to the National Commissioner, but the provincial commissioners and any other, they are below the Deputy National Commissioners.
Let me repeat again. So are you saying it was is correct for you to say you can come to Mpumalanga? You are senior when you come to Mpumalanga to the provincial co-commissioner?
I am.
In terms of powers, hence I'm asking you as a deputy co-commissioner, that the provincial commissioner, his powers comes from the state. He's an accounting officer at provincial level. Do you agree on that?
I do.
Now, when you come to the province, are you usurping, are you usurping his powers when you come to the province?
Not at all.
Yeah, hence I'm asking you, why?
From the college, from being a constable, you get trained. From the college, from being a constable, you get trained as to the rank level structures. And you know which one is junior, which one is more senior to the other. And that is the case, that will never change.
We'll come back to that because fortunately I worked before the general. Without consulting Masemula and Mkhwanazi.
The minister.
What is your view as the Deputy Commissioner?
My view is that I received an instruction to disband from the National Commissioner to communicate the letter of the minister to the team.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out on that regard. You said Brigadier Litoke, if I remember.
Litoko is the
yes.
Chief of Staff in the Office of the National Commissioner.
Yeah. So he gave you a letter.
She
gave you a letter.
Sent a letter.
That letter was signed by who?
It's an email, doesn't need to be signed.
Now, in your office, you have staff in your office, am I right?
Correct.
If your staff is giving one of your divisional co-commissioner or one of the deputy, General Musikili, does your staff have those powers to send and instruct anyone?
100%.
They do have that.
They do.
Now you just said to yourself that there's hierarchy. By nature, police is paralegal, am I right?
Correct.
Now, can a brigadier instruct a general, major general or a lieutenant general?
From that office, a letter and communication that come from the higher office is an instruction of that higher office.
Now, if the NASCOM says to you, I've never given that brigadier that instruction, what would be your response? Have you verified that letter that it was coming direct from the commissioner?
Remember, the NASCOM already indicated that he told them to write letters to the Deputy National Commissioner and say, write a report. So it comes from the National Commissioner and it's confirmed.
Let me give you a reference. If you remember, on the PEE matters, there's an issue which is in court. Because if somebody sends a letter which is not signed by the accounting officer, is legit.
I don't know the facts in that PPE matter, but what I have and what I know and the working system and the standard practice is that the National Commissioner, even myself, I'll come and tell the staff officer or the PA and say, I want you to write a letter to General Kumalo. The National Commissioner want to have feedback in relation to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please send that letter. They are well trained and they know what to write. And they will write the letter and they will send it to me or they'll bring it and say, are you happy with it? Then after I said yes, they will send. So in this case, even all the correspondences, you can check all the correspondence that come from General Brigadier Letoko and General Sibola. They represent the National Commissioner, and this is the standard practice in the police.
General, you've been in the police. Can you just paraphrase for us?
Section. Yeah, I need to see it because I don't want to quote something wrong. Section 5. What does it remind me? I will then take it from there.
Let me say this to you. You cannot take any directive from a lower level. You can't take an instruction from a brigadier or from a sergeant as a matter of fact. As you said yourself now, that you are senior. But we are saying to us that a brigadier, in fact, even a colonel can give you instructions and say, NASCOM has said that has to happen. For instance, the vetting.
That I think is unrelated a little bit to that what you just asked. I want to understand that question.
You know why I'm asking. When you were at the city of Johannesburg, who vetted you?
SSA.
SSA. So the municipality did not vet you.
The municipality don't have a vetting system in place. I introduced a system whereby all the senior managers of the city must be vetted.
By who?
SSA.
Thank you. Now, let's come to this, General.
And you open a docket, it's your job to update your SAP 5, your everything that you do, you write in your pocketbook or in your diary and you update the docket.
Intelligence inquiries dockets are registered to run. The main dockets can be updated only when new information emerges from inquiries or during arrest. Am I right?
Repeat that, sir.
Dockets can be updated only when there's new information.
You, in your docket, you will write a brought forward date. In other words, every 14 days, you must run 3 years. Every 14 days, a docket must receive attention. If you have many.
Now, on the 121 or 118, whatever the number is, you distance yourself from the docket.
But the bottom line is, I'm saying, he does not have investigation as training.
I know that, but what I'm saying, why do you have on Nhlanhla in particular?
Together, the National Commissioner's Office and the communication within the police, this is how it works. Nhlanhla is not a police official, it's not the top structure of the police. She doesn't have a staff officer that I must listen to. Now, in other words, if you are a minister in the South African Police Service or any minister for any department, you have staff that reports to your office. And that staff, including your PA, is entitled or is empowered or is delegated to write letters on your behalf. And that those letters are deemed to be coming from you.
You chose to act on a directive given by Brigadier Litoko. Do you agree with him? If you do, please tell us why. And if you don't, please tell us why.
I will never deny that there are criminal syndicates that are infiltrated the police or criminal justice system. It happens on a daily basis in all the provinces, including in KZN, where he is. You do have those people that are connected to the police, that are connected to the prosecutors, that are connected to lawyers, and sometimes they may...
Minds cohesion, public confidence, and the integrity of our law enforcement.
Agreed.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Meyiwa was killed. Did you went to the scene?
I'm actually happy that I'm being asked on the issue of Senzo Meyiwa, and it's an issue that I wish I could spend time on it to clarify so that finally South Africans can get to hear the truth. And allow me, Chair, to deal with this 11 at night. And remember, Senzo was killed after 7:30. We got there, I ran straight to hospital. And simply because of the fact Senzo Meyiwa is a national key point. It's a national asset. It's not ordinary member where someone can say someone has been gunned out, then as the head of the house, I'll also go there. But because it was a national goalkeeper, we all had to react, and we went. Even General Musikidi, who was the acting provincial commissioner, there, but from outside the ward. And then I realized that it won't work. I then said to General Musikidi, I will go to the house where now the investigation must start, because now the investigation process had to start. Now, for the investigation process to start, we then had to go to the scene of crime. When we get to the house where it happened, it was packed, well trained when it comes to investigations. I'm 37 years doing what I'm doing. The very first thing is to take charge of the scene of crime. Mine was to give instructions and say, please secure the scene, preserve the scene. This is a scene of crime. Now the team had to make sure that they remove everybody on site to outside the yard so that it can be cordoned. The scene of crime can be cordoned. Remember, I arrived late at night when this thing happened almost after 7:30, and the scene was already processed by the officials. It was processed, cleaned. The experts have done their work. Now, when I arrived there, I also found MEC Sizakele Nkosi Malobane and other generals were there. Now, ours, we come here as a fact-finding team. We come in here, we knock, we sit down in the sitting room. It's clean, there's no blood, there's no spotty that you can see, or everything is in place. And then we sit, we listen, we ask questions. What happened? This one explained, this one explained, this one explained, this one explained. This is the normal course of attending to crime scene. The MEC was there also, we were all listening. And then from there, General Musigiri and them came, arrived from hospital to join us. There were other generals, including General Musigiri. We all listened. And thereafter, it was a question of, General, are you taking it or am I taking it? As the Hawks, do I take the matter to run with or are you taking it? Then she said to me, the National Commissioner was Mayor Ria Pierre then said or suggested that this matter must be investigated by a team of experienced investigators. Now that already took us out of the way. Now we stood by when they made a press conference, a press briefing at that time that says there will be a team appointed to investigate and will run with this matter. We were standing by, no longer involved in the case. That is why even today, when this matter has been testified, I haven't submitted a statement. I haven't submitted I've never been called as a witness. It's almost at the end because I was not involved. I've seen messages that says I took $1 million and I did this, I shifted the firearm order. No. At what point would I have done that? So I just wanted to say to South Africans, I am not involved in the Senzo Meyiwa case. I've never done anything wrong. And there have been many teams, more than 10 different teams that were set to investigate this thing. I have done nothing that can actually cause the matter to be, not to be successful.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give one because there's a warning already there, a red light before my colleague takes over. The last one from me. Unfortunately, other issues are still under investigation because you said you are like a specialist, an expert when it comes to investigation. Because I don't want to eat time for my colleague.
Page 234, SB 19. Just the first blocks. Ungifundisa ukuyifunda lapha mhlawumbe ungifundele. Yeah, it is station heading, ne?
Yeah.
It is CAS, which is case.
To double murder, yes.
It description there. It is alleged that the ANC member had a meeting at Ghost Town while driving near Green Water Tank. He was outstanding, or
you find that they are equal and they are senior. I mean, they are similar to the name of some of our leaders. And in the meantime, now we begin to target the leader on something that it is not him, it is someone else. Be really in the highest sensitivity it deserves, Chair.
All right. Should I continue with it, Chair, or just me?
No, you can continue. The documents have been made available.
Does it mean the placing of that suspect, or there's this name Yokala on this crime scene? And does it also mean try to identify the suspect as that suspect, does it mean exactly that, or it means something else?
When you read the docket, which is the double murder, heading double murder, that was registered in 2016 on the 20th of 12. And it gives you the description of the case that this is what the water tank, and he was shot 2 times on the head and neck. My main intention was to point out that the last day of investigation of this matter, the last handwriting in the docket, this docket. So in other words, for almost since 2023, this docket was never looked at. 2 years. It was not open. It's somewhere sitting, gathering dust. Now, the rest, the information that is outstanding in this docket was to analyze the 205s and to place this person on the crime scene. In other words, it's when you apply for the communications from the cell phone providers, the car trackers and everything, and then you analyze that so that you can see that it gives you whether this person was there or not.
No, thank you. So this Sihle that is here, was he arrested 2 years ago?
I thought, Chair, we agreed that the names are not
No,
going
you said it's
to be-
not the minister, just this one.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's why I say I'm not sure whether he's a minister or
We
not.
may pass. Do you agree with the relationship between Jackie Selibe no Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made South Africans ukuthi bangawathemba amaphoyisa? And if you do agree, what do you think, or what should South Africans think, or what should they make of your relationship, if you have, between Brown Mokgotsi, who has relations with Nhlanhla?
Well, what I don't know is whether they are criminals or no. Kat Matala, I do know now that he's been arrested, but at that time, no one knew whether he was that's why even the police awarded him a tender, because they didn't know apparently that he was involved in crime. Even myself, I didn't know if he was in that a criminal. So, since one became aware that the man has been arrested, we cannot now further communicate or associate ourselves with him. But at that time, going backward, we didn't know.
So when
I didn't know him up until he came for the first time to the office.
Okay. Asidlule izolo ubufuna document yaka public protector, which you say it's the one that clears your name, correct? Do you agree with that document, that letter?
Yes.
Okay. Which one is it? Because there's a letter written 18 December, and there's a letter written 8 May 2022. Which letter are you referring to?
Assistant legal team with my protector report. Isn't it that when I come now, I don't know which questions to expect. And as a result, the documents I have, but I couldn't bring everything here. So some of the documents, you may find that I don't have them immediately here, but before I leave here, I have them. There should be one here.
I think into ishizolo leyo uyibheka kanjalo le letter wangayiveza moqeda.
Legal team do we have? But safe to say that the public.
Now that letter, before I ask you a question on that letter, in the SAPS, when one is subjected for vetting, and should that person fail vetting, do you continue to employ that person?
Is the discretion of the commander or the head to say these skills we need. However, this person did not make it through the vetting department, through vetting. But also depending on the members who don't have security clearance, similar case that then Provincial Commissioner doesn't have. Provincial Commissioner Western Cape doesn't have, but yet they deal with sensitive information.
Because the letter le advocate Bosisiwe Mkhwanazi, who was then the former public protector, states that at the stage when he was investigating your case and he wrote the letter you are talking about, evidence ephelele, the city of Johannesburg concealed the evidence. Therefore, she came to those findings without this evidence that came there. One, it is the letter that was written by Ubrink speaking about you not passing a competency assessment report. Did you do a competency assessment and did you pass it or you didn't pass it?
I'm not surprised Honorable, it is that letter that come from Advocate Busiswe Mkhwanazi, but Advocate Busiswe Mkhwanazi was given all the information that she needed when she investigated, because remember, her team came, not herself. The whole team was sent to investigate, and she conducted an investigation, and she wrote a report. Now, after she was approached again by Mesuli Mlandu, after having been cleared in this report, she wanted to start again. And then we wrote to her and said, but advocate, you cannot review your own report. Then she wrote to the Hawks to investigate. And in the Hawks, I was cleared because the DPP refused to prosecute and said, but there's nothing here. And as a result, there was nothing. But I'm sitting with the report from the public protector that says, and it is important that we find it because it clears me. Now, as to the competency report, assessment, remember that when you get to the competency assessment, it's a document where they say to you, it's an exercise where they say to you, there's no right or wrong answer. This is just to look at your character and whether you are a strong person and which character you are. You don't really even need to spend time on this thing because there's no way you will get this thing right to say you are right or wrong. So I wrote what I wrote, and the result came the way they came and say, you can be suitable here and not here. That is what happened.
Why pass and why fail?
Well, I don't, it doesn't say you failed it like it's it's like whether you passed, what do you call it? Let me say it was not positive.
Why pass and why fail?
Okay, let me say I fail.
Okay. 2016 November, you were appointed as a unit head, right?
Yes.
But 2017 July, your job title changes to a HOD.
Yes.
It was converted according to the document of the public protector to an HOD. Did you convert that yourself as it is alleged that you appointed yourself to an HOD?
There's no way you can appoint yourself in a city. In a city is well regulated. The group head forensic investigation service was established by myself. It did not exist. There was GIRAS, which was an internal audit, but I had to start a group function that will take care of the city's properties. And that thing went through the council. They will say the items that were presented before council and council approved.
Okay.
And Chair, there's no way I could be the head of the DPCI or group forensics within the city. And this was based on the fact that already there were differences between myself and Mesuli. And then he also wrote to the late Jeff Makubu, may his soul rest in peace, where of my person, career and reputation, and such is urgent that I should mitigate and protect myself and my family from the potential adverse consequences of the clandestine, illegal, and rogue activities. Also noting that covert operations are generally life-threatening, your office is requested to cause these officials to write Son's affidavit and detail the following. The person who authorized the attendance, these officials visited people they met and the role, and it was the whole city. It was unfortunately not. I do have files, Chair, but this matter really, I felt that, and all the process were followed. It went through council, and council approved. So it was not a private deal somewhere in an office.
So it's not correct what the public protector is saying here, Wuti. However, the report, this was not reported to the municipal council.
No, it was reported to the municipal council.
And who was the mayor at that time? From which party, if I may
I
ask?
think it's former Mayor Herman Mashaba.
He has never said anything to you about this matter of you being put to, of the grading of your salary from 1.2 to 1.8. Are you also saying he's the one who appointed you or the municipal manager at that time?
This is the municipality that appointed me. The same applies to the same Mesuli Mlandu himself, the same process that was followed to have man promoted or increased. His salary, his own salary was increased drastically from where it was to where it is now. So it's the same process.
Are you aware that the public protector in his resolution said they must open a case against this issue?
Which she did.
And what happened to the case?
They investigated and the DPP declined to prosecute.
All right. No, thank you. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said you procured prohibited equipment in the city of Johannesburg with the assistance of a poll equipment. Can you confirm that?
It's in his own head. It's in his own head, in his own mind.
Le equipment ekhulunywa ngayo la kazi wayithenga wena for
I did explain, Chair, that if you are the head of department of a city, world-class city, and you say we need to create an office that will carry the office, that where we need to build a war room that is strong. And then you let the IT people sit together in a room in consultation with SSA and say, we want to build capacity with SSA and say, we want to build capacity that will be able to carry the city. So that when we are sitting here, we know that we are able to work. You do find a situation where you find that they buy tires, but they buy tires every day. There's a car that keeps on replacing tires. Almost in a month, they will replace tires twice. You need a system that is able to actually gather such type of information and be able to give you a picture. You need a system that will tell you that how many revenue services, when people are coming to pay electricity at the revenue services, you have people who says, let me help you jump the queue. And they will go take the money and go as if they are going to pay for you and to be able to do the linkages and to be able to see whether there are officials that are working with outside people or not. So to have an information management center is the only way to be able to run the revolution. You cannot depend on paperwork that is not able to assist you. So having bought that, I was not the one even who said in the meeting or no who designed those whatever equipment that was said, because I didn't know them. The team that we employed mostly teams that come from state security, crime intelligence, police. Now, these are the people who sat and say to run the revolution. You cannot depend on paperwork that is not able to assist you. So having bought that, I was not the one even who said in the meeting or no who designed those whatever equipment that was said, because I didn't know them. The team that we employed mostly teams that come from state security, crime intelligence, police. Now, these are the people who sat and say, we think we need a camera, this camera that we're going to use when we shoot the videos or the TVs for hijacked properties or during the operations. So it is things like those. Because the main bone of contention was apparently I bought a grabber. Now, the state security said there's no grabber, and there is no grabber. And at the same time, if you remember Al Jamaa, they also they make undress you. Because as you walk past me, my system that I have undresses you, takes all the information from your phone. I went to court and the court ruled in my favor. It's just that they keep on recirculating the same lies, same lies. This is what we are sitting with even today. There's no grabber that I ever procured. He even go to an extent of saying, when I was the head of the Hawks, I procured something like a grabber. Being the head of the Hawks, there was General Dramat, and where was he at that time? No. There's no grabber that I procured. I don't have such a grabber. Some of these statements are just malicious.
Siki, wayekhona na? Your answer said wayengekho. So if you say that, that means uyamazi umuntu. Sheshe umbone. Like if somebody can ask me ukuthi ukhona ubaba Mkhwanazi, I will tell you akekho because sengiyamazi. So umbuzo wami ngicela uphendule nje mhlawumbe ngendlela ethe ukungisiza. Ukuthi le equipment othi Mkhwanazi ukhuluma into engayazi ikhona yini yathenga?
No, ayikho. Akazi ithengwa futhi.
So akuna Polo Sullivan owakusiza ukuthenga equipment?
No.
I-relationship yakho no Polo Sullivan injani?
To the police and look, Polo Sullivan contacts everybody. Even if you are the National Commissioner, you will get an email from. Never been to my house. I've never gone to a restaurant with Paul. Never been to my house. I've never gone to a restaurant with Paul Sullivan where we sat. We sat and we drank tea or coffee. What Paul Sullivan is all about is that he's a forensics expert. He receives many information that he processes and even relay to the police. Just like your Mike Paul Hayes, your Thomas Chat, just like your Mike Paul Hayes, your Thomas Chat, these are the people that are active in the crime fighting system. They are there. These are the people that are active in the crime fighting system. They are there. You can't avoid them and you can't wish them away.
No, thank you. SAPS is instruction based. You give instruction, conjure instruction. As Mozo Yagu course, you get a call-up instruction.
Yes.
Do we agree?
Yes.
So in this regard, you say a team came to take pictures and they were denied. Then again, National Commissioner gave instruction. Ukuthi uMutsepe alokho nje abavumele bashute lapho, but uMutsepe didn't take that instruction. In fact, I want to know where does she get National Commissioner gives the instruction bese angayithathi? Is that correct?
May I leave that for her to come and respond to that, Chair?
But ngizwe kuwe mina.
Yes,
kumele kwaleyo ishiye kuye azoyixoxa.
Sengiphendula ngaleyo ndlela.
Uyayishintsha.
Angishintshi, ngithi let her come and explain that part.
All right. No, ngiyabonga kakhulu lapho. Ngicela we SAPS sinayo lento ekuthiwa intelligence. And where is it sitting?
Intelligence is sitting in many offices.
Is it under the office of the president still?
No, there's different type of intelligence. There's crime intelligence of the police. There is senior state security that is taking care of both international and one that I say is weak is the one of South African Police Service.
Lastly, what is your take, or would you agree with General Mkhwanazi when he says PKTT deserves to be awarded for their good job they did? Do you think the PKTT did a good job? And would you agree on them getting awarded for what they did? As I close, do you also have any relationship with any member of the ad hoc committee? Thank you.
The PKTT members, personally, firstly, I don't know if they haven't been rewarded because there have been many excellence awards, whether they have been rewarded at any stage. They must have been. And they are part of the team that I believe that in many instances they have done a good job. they must be rewarded if ever they haven't been rewarded. It's something that I cannot say they didn't do a good job. Not necessarily mean that throughout the country they did a good job. But the problem is, if you did a good job in Gauteng, well, let's say in KZN alone, you can award them in KZN. In KZN, yes, you can award them. But whether they did a good job in the whole country, they were not there everywhere. When you look at Lusikisiki, it's Lusikisiki 18. They were rewarded because of only Lusikisiki. But even if they did a good job when it comes to whatever matter they dealt with, and the commander feels that they need to be rewarded, submit paperwork and they will be rewarded.
Chair, you didn't finish the question.
Do you want to make a follow-up, honorable member?
Still the very same question, which does know any member of the ad hoc committee. And I think I was not answered in the question of Brown and Lusikisiki, which, as you said, you don't know him. Yes.
Brown Mkhwanazi, I said it, I think, Chair, even yesterday, that I know Brown from the time he contacted me. I didn't know him. The very first time I got to meet Brown is when on January 8, he called and said, I'm going to General 8, are you going to be there? I said, yes, I'm here on operations. We are working here in Western Cape. He said, I'll come and greet you. That's exactly what happened. And even if you check the footage, you will see. And before that, you can see my phone, you won't find Brown. And then thereafter, I allowed those else. So these are the only member, the Honorable Kola Danabayana, I know, not personally per se, just official capacities.
I'll only give you the last question.
Because abantu balambile, Chair. No, but Chair, let me finish here. Thanks. Lamborghinis and all that to by intelligence somehow. And you said there's no such. So I want to ask Uguti.
Environment. Officials may not use state money to buy. In an environment where corruption is pervasive, is there no possibility that the money can be siphoned to acquire such or vehicles of that value?
No, Chair. You can't, unless, we're working with the public's money, public's fund here. You can't really just spend millions because you want to investigate a certain crime. You can investigate crime.
Not for purpose of investigation. Of access to this purse, Honorable Shongwe, he also spoke about people who have acquired farms.
And buildings.
Yeah, that's correct. So you may have a building that is higher than you, because this is part of our probe of how corrupt activities have been entrenched. Because he says police officials do this and that, and you say no, we can't. In terms of our operations, if they are covered, we can't buy vehicles of that value. State money can be used for personal use, where a person can take it and go and buy himself or herself a vehicle of the value that I don't want to advertise that vehicle.
It shouldn't be, Chair, and it shouldn't be allowed, because to start with, there's a way of procuring such a car in such a way that it cannot be traced back to you. And therefore, it is not even known in the system. And what you do with that car at the ultimate end may not be known by anybody.
but that other properties have been acquired. Have you heard about that, or do you know about that?
I saw it in the papers. I heard about it, but I don't know the detailed facts of it, quite honestly speaking. I just see it from a distance, even myself.
And as part of the senior leadership of the police service, when you saw that reports, did it shake you, or you just said, I know, this is what we are used to?
Things were reported, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm very happy when things get reported to the platform or forum where they belong. And they were reported to the IG, and the IG conducted the investigation and dived deeper in investigation, consulting with the IDEC or NPA, and they came around a decision whether to prosecute or not.
Okay.
But none of us were involved in the process.
Let's leave it that. Thank you so much, General, and I want to thank you, honorable members. Honorable Adams, we have made it a practice that when we have an honorable member in our proceedings, we introduce them for the public to know that members of parliament also take interest in the work that we are doing. So I take this opportunity to formally introduce you, that you have joined our proceedings today.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I was in trouble again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, it's that time when we should break. We are coming back at 10 minutes after 14 hours. The Honorable Nomvalo, we have alerted you about his health issues. So when we come back, I'm going to request honorable members to allow him to get through with his questions. And then we will then move to the Democratic Alliance. Yes, let's accept it. It's only for today, Honorable Breitenbach. I have given you the break, honorable members. Yeah, I'm just making this announcement that the owner of this thing, they can come and collect it here. Yeah, they may want to use it again because it has been abandoned. We take Honorable Nomvalo, we take Honorable Brayton Bar.
Of your testimony is that you have been making a concession to knowing all the people that are perceived questionable characters. You've agreed that you know them. But as a police investigate their characters, are you an irresponsible police officer that just mingles with anyone without checking the credibility of such people?
I don't think it's fair, General Chair, that every person that I meet, I must investigate. You do meet people, and you won't have capacity to really conduct a background check on anybody that you meet.
So it means I must be worried, General, that you can come to my village and mingle with officer, the national deputy commissioner we have in South Africa.
I think, Chair, I've met 98%, that is good. But if it happens that you met one or two characters that are actually questionable, cannot take the whole credibility away from me because I spoke to somebody. It happens with all of the police officials, senior managers, ministers.
No, but the fact of the matter is that you are a police officer and not just an ordinary police officer. You are a general. With people who have questionable characters can never be justified.
It is not correct to say I have a relationship with them as if they were my friends. They were not my friends.
If you are speaking with Brown, speaking on general issues.
That my relationship or how I got to speak to Brown.
No, but you are contradicting yourself. Remember, you said
to Brown.
No, but you are contradicting yourself. Remember, you said the information that he gave to you was already in your possession.
No, you didn't hear me correctly.
Where did you meet up?
I said he came to the office to discuss the issue of the fact that he's been awarded a tender and then he's got a lease agreement to do to occupy the facility, and then he was not being allowed to occupy the facility.
That is what I was saying as well.
I meet everybody. Even if he's a service provider, he's a stakeholder, but at that time in his capacity, he was more of a complainant.
Who signed his appointment letter? Letter that was appointing him to work for the department.
I don't know whether it's the National Commissioner or Supply Chain, but I was not part thereof.
Now, why did he not refer that concern to them?
He came
because they are the ones, General. I see a general who's all over the place here, meeting business people. They are the ones who appointed him to work for the department, not you. They are the ones who signed the appointment letter. How does it get to you to speak about a tender?
Don't think it's correct to say to speak about the tender.
Let me just do like this. Honorable Nomvalo, let's go easy on the general. When I say easy, I don't mean you must not be robust. You can be robust in any way. But I plead that we give the general a breathing space.
No problem, Chair.
Thank you.
Point taken. You can respond, General.
Repeat the question, please.
I was asking, how does a service provider, how do they get access to you in the first place? to come and discuss about technicalities that they are faced with after they have been appointed.
I think
Does it feel in your competence to attend to such issues?
it doesn't fit within my competency as the head of crime detection, but when you are the national commissioner's post, you deal with everything in the police, and I was.
We have what you nearly collapsed too.
No, we can then is
Just hold it, the honorable number. General, you say the person is in question is the mother of your child, and you don't know where she works.
Yes.
Okay.
She's the one who was actually at some point who lost her job. So I don't know where she's working.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't live with me.
Okay. But you, okay, no, it's fine. Let me leave it there.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, you can proceed.
Now, you know where my major problem is, General, with regards to your involvement in the disbandment of the political killings task team, is that you were never involved in its operations.
Correct.
Neither did it send any report to you.
Correct.
You have already said that during its operation before the disbandment, you further said that no money that could sustain them.
Yes.
But that is not in accordance with the letter of the minister.
Well, I cannot question that, but that is not what the minister said. I didn't dictate nor contribute to what the minister wrote.
No, but General Sibiya, the minister wrote a letter disbanding the task team. You came before this committee and justified his actions. You even quoted what was said by the CFO. You were not just talking for the sake of talking. When you said there was no money to sustain the task team, you were actually supporting the reasons for its disbandment.
Even now, I'm still supporting that, Chair.
Yes, but I'm saying that is not in accordance with what the minister said. The minister never said there was no money in his letter.
I understand that.
The minister, the only reason the minister why he disbanded the team on Annexure CB2, paragraph 53, the minister says, open quote, my observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa.
Yes.
Now, should we agree that your perspective is not similar to that of the minister?
Wouldn't say it's not similar. They go hand in hand.
No, remember, General Sibiya, I asked you if the task team was doing a sterling job. You said yes. The view of the minister, when something is of no value, it means that thing is useless. The view of the minister at this stage is that the task team is useless. You further said, no, I'll give you a chance to respond. You further said the CFO indicated financial concerns. So there was no money to sustain the team. So your reasons are not the same.
Remember, I have given more reasons. The minister may not have written all the reasons, or may actually summarize all the reasons in one sentence. But in my case, let me read you this letter from the National Commissioner statement.
No, before we go to let's finish the minister and your version first. I will allow you to read the commissioner statement. The point here that I'm making, General, is that because there is nowhere where we can find the views of the minister in this regard, except in the letter. And we can't quote things we do not know because the minister will come here and say, but I never said that. What I said is here in the letter. Your reasons are not similar to that of the minister. Why is it so difficult to accept that?
Remember, we don't have different reasons to disband. The minister gave a directive which has been complied upon by all. What I motivated myself comes from me, not from
exactly my point.
Yes, and
Yes.
the two are not in competition.
No, they are not, absolutely.
Yes.
But they are not different. Your motivation and his reason.
Yes.
Exactly. Why is it difficult to accept that? Now, your participation in the disbandment starts after the 31st of December, when the National Commissioner was on leave. You keep on citing the name, the National Commissioner, not the name, to say he is the one who gave instructions to do the implementation plan and so on and so forth. But the minister the commissioner that we're talking about here, who refuses that, he accepted this decision, General Masemula. There is absolutely nothing that points to a direction of his acceptance of this decision.
To the contrary, the National Commissioner saying in his statement, and a sworn statement at the Nhlanhla Commission, he says, since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th of January 2025, and given that I would be on leave until the 14th of January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Letogo of my office to forward the letter from the minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibiya, Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. My intention was to discuss the matter with the minister to understand his reasons and attempt to dissuade him. However, the letter contained an instruction to prepare a report that were due by 20 January 2025. If I had refused to carry out this instruction, I would have been accused of insubordination, since all that was required, at least insofar as the instruction was concerned, was a report. So now this says, or this tells us that the National Commissioner agreed and he complied with, because had he not done that, he would have been he was going to be accused of insubordination. So the minister, the National Commissioner, for all intents and purposes, he agreed.
No, but you were drawing an inference that he agreed because you started to make a reference to to a January letter, email rather, that was sent from his office by the Chief of Staff. At that time, the commissioner was on leave, right?
Yes.
There was an acting commissioner.
Correct.
So by the time the National Commissioner came, processes of disbanding, leave the implementation apart because that is another phase. Disbanding is a phase on its own. You can't use what happened on phase 2 to clarify what happened on phase 1. Are you aware of a process that unfolded during the disbandment of the PKK before we go to January?
Yes, I'm aware.
How was it disbanded?
The process that was followed that I know of is the letter that was received from the minister on the 31st of December that was sent to the office of the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner further forwarding that same letter to my office with a directive that I must communicate same to the team. And the team also started reacting or acting on that, leading to a presentation that was presented before Parliament And before Parliament, this is where they explained that the test team has achieved the purpose for which it was intended for. All the districts in KZN have stabilized except the eThekwini district. And as a result, we are now going to be phasing out. And in phasing out, we'll start 3 phases. The first phase being to deliver the dockets by the 17th of March. And that happened. And as a result, by the 28th of June, of March, a handing over was done between the 2 divisional commissioners. General Kumalo is the one who went and fetched the docket, handed them over to General Sintumule, as per the arrangement. And then from there, from General Sintumule handed them to General Motsepe. They conducted an inspection, and General Motsepe, they attempted to return the cases to General the Provincial Commissioner, General Mkhwanazi, who rejected the docket. The docket found themselves back at head office. But that's the process of disbandment.
Chair, I don't want to be accused of not allowing the witness to respond, but the witness has not done justice to my question, and I hope you were paying attention. The question that I asked from the witness is, what is a process that was followed before the letter was issued on the 31st of December? Now it tells me about what happened after the 31st of December. I'm talking about processes that unfolded before the minister took a decision to disband the team.
Yeah, I give you free airtime for General Sibiya to respond to the question.
The process before that, there was a letter that was received from the members of the community who complained to Professor Mary Dihas of the University of KZN. Professor Mary Dihas forwarded the complaints of members of the public to Parliament and to the minister. And the minister also discussed the process in a management meeting where they consulted with the management in general. It is in this meeting where General Masemola actually intimated that the task team, this was just a task team, it was not meant to be a permanent unit, to an extent that it was meant to evolve into a unit. As a result, it is not in the structure of the police, and yes, it can be done. So the National Commissioner was consulted and all other senior managers, and he never actually showed he never showed to be against the disbandment. And as a result, the process started.
Okay, so General, we are saying here, the minister, I mean the National Commissioner was consulted prior to the disbandment of the team. Is that what we are saying?
I'm saying that, Chair, is what I'm repeating here on record under oath, that there was a meeting that was held on the 27th of November, where consultations were made with all stakeholders or all relevant in the presence of the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner did. Chair, I've got a trailing email between the offices of Ms. Mtembu of SAPS, sent to Major General Sebola, and then leading to, now when you go to page 96, of the bundle. Okay, will you allow me to read the statement from the members of the complaints that were sent to Professor Mary Dihas, and then Professor Mary Dihas document.
Can I come in as a person who asked the question?
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in the substance. I just wanted to know if the complaint is there.
Okay.
I'm satisfied if the complaint is there. I can move on.
Thank you. You can then go to the question on General Kumar.
Now, the question is, do you see it appropriate to disband a structure without asking for a report from the project manager? General?
No, I'm not stuck. I'm just saying, the question is, do you see it appropriate without requesting for a report from the
No, I can repeat for you, General.
No, I hear what you say. The answer is very simple. The instruction as it came from the National Commissioner, it said, prepare a close-up report, communicate the same to the team, and prepare a close-up report.
No, General, that's why I wanted to repeat for you, because we are not answering my question. Prepare for a close-out report is in a letter that disbands the task team. I am talking about a process that was supposed to unfold before the disbandment was effected. Do you see it appropriate to disband a structure without getting a report before you disband from a person who was tasked to be a project manager?
Chair, please protect me here, because I'm going to answer the same question. The instruction from the National Commissioner says, DNC, as directed, you are requested to communicate the same to the team and to prepare a close-up report by the 14th of January, and for the minister to get this on the 20th. Now, the close-up report is exactly what the honorable member is talking about, because the close-up report, the only people who can prepare a close-up report is General Khumalo. Even when you go to the meeting on the 6th of March, where General Khumalo presented before the minister, and when you look at the very last sentence, paragraph in the action plan that is actually produced by him, it says prepare the close-up report by the 31st of March. General Khumalo, who is the project manager?
Chair?
Yeah.
Can I clarify my question? Maybe you will assist me with interpreting it
You
to the
don't have to
witness.
clarify, General Sibiya.
Yes.
If a member asks you one question 3 or 4 times, you have the same answer. You just give the same answer. Yeah.
Okay.
No, Chair, I think you are making a mistake now, because you are prescribing how he should answer.
No,
and
I'm responding to the point that you are saying he needs protection.
I am the one who needs protection here, Chair, because my question has not been responded to. That is why I'm saying, Chair, it means we are not following my questioning. The question before the general is, in a letter, and the letter that he talks about is a letter that disbands, this letter that he talks about is a letter that disbands the structure. He says in that letter, and I agree, I've read the letter. He says in that letter, and I agree, I've read the letter. And what he's talking about is the last paragraph of that letter. After the decision to disband has been communicated on the above, after the decision to disband has been communicated on the above paragraph, prepare a closeout report after the disbandment. Now the question is, prior to the disbandment, was a project manager consulted in order for the minister to arrive to a determination that there was a need to disband the task team?
That is a response that can be provided by the minister and the National Commissioner.
At least that response is better than the first one, Chair. Was General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi disbanded? I mean, informed?
I don't know.
The provincial commissioner?
I don't know.
Should we not be worried here, General, that you pick wrong because due processes were not followed? Should we not be worried?
I don't think so. The same way the National Commissioner mentioned in his statement here that had he not carried out the instruction, was going to be disciplined for insubordination. Now, in this case, if it is the office of the National Commissioner that invites me into the process, just jump in on my own. I was invited in and directed by the office of the National Commissioner.
May you please be specific that at that time when that instruction was given, the National Commissioner was on leave. So in office,
That doesn't change anything. If the National Commissioner is
on leave, why does someone acting
it happens.
in their office?
It happens.
Then why people are acting if a person can do the work while you're at home?
It happens. If you are the National Commissioner and you think of something that you want happened, you will give an instruction and it will be complied with. Nobody will say no, but you are on leave. You can't tell us anything.
So are you not in it?
Can I return back to the page that I just read, Chair, where the National Commissioner says, I instructed Brigadier Letoko of my office to forward the letter from the Minister to all Deputy National Commissioners. This comes now from the National Commissioner. So the fact that he's only...
Next person.
Now it's Madlanga Commission statement on Masamola, page 34.
I don't have a Madlanga document.
Maybe the evidence leader can assist. But the National Commissioner does accede. He says, I instruct commissioners, including Lieutenant
Fortunately, I did not make any preparation for such because it is not part of our bundles, Chairperson. Now, do you agree with General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi when he says the disbandment was a missed target?
No.
Can I give you context?
Yes.
He says, in his understanding, the dockets were taken from KZN for the purposes of influencing them for matters of Gauteng, matters of KZN, to political killings. So he says the intention to return them back to KZN was as a consequence of the fact that people who took them lost interest out of making a realization that...
No, I don't agree. As it says, is true. And these are the statements that are to be put before us as if we must accept that it is to be put before us as if we must accept that it is true. It's not true.
Are you the one who gave an order for dockets to be removed from KZN to Pretoria?
I gave an instruction that the dockets, the two divisional commissioners must exchange the dockets, and then the directive that the political task team be disbanded. And then there's been several meetings. Remember, the National Commissioner said General Khumalo to do it, and then it's my communication. And then from there, since then, his communication took precedence. So henceforth, whatever that was happening is the precedence that come as a result of the National Commissioner's instruction. In other words, everything that was happening, flowing therefrom, it was the National Commissioner's instruction. That is why they could come up with their plan that says, on this day, this is what we to take dockets. We were still perusing. But again, on the document that I read that says, Minister Mkhwanazi,
which document, General?
This one is a minutes of the meeting on the 27th of 4th, meeting with the minister and the executive
meeting.
Evidence leader. I'm told. Can I give this man? Whilst he's coming, the minister expressed his concern regarding the political killing task team he suggested that instead of establishing separate units to focus on different types of matters, the organization should consider establishing a single integrated unit under the umbrella of murder and robbery unit. This unit will operate nationally, ensuring a more streamlined and coordinated approach to address such crimes across the country. And General Masemola responds by saying he clarified the purpose and not a permanent operational unit. Now, we then followed by a work study officer that was approved by the National Commissioner, establishing the specialized unit such as the murder and robbery unit. Now, establishing the murder and robbery unit were a political killing task team, which was signed now on the 5th of June. And the National Commissioner's comment says, the National Commissioner says it must be expedited by the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. So all I'm saying is that there's no resistance whatsoever in implementing the specialized unit that must investigate the political killing task team.
Yeah, no, General, I've just read the letter and there's nothing that says General Sibiya take dockets or give an instruction for dockets to be removed from point A to point B.
The nature of disbandment plan by the Minister of Police is 2025-0306. Stakeholder engagement concerned about the fact that you have now dockets, court-going dockets that are going to take too long. Now, it says stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, is the National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Approval of the new call-up instruction in March. Retaining the dockets under investigation to KZN and Eastern Cape Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service on the 17th of March. Provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection. It will be Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner and Forensic Service on the 31st of March. But to submit a final report, close-up report to the Minister, to be the Project Manager on the 31st of March.
I'm willing to, even though I'm not satisfied with the response that we have given so far, entire letter, just go to a paragraph that says you understood out of what was written by the Commissioner. There's no such letter.
Even from my side, there's no such letter.
No, I think I'm satisfied. We can move, no, I'm satisfied. We can move to other questions. Now, the PKK, the PKTT chair, are you talking? Okay. Now, the PKTT in question, was this the only PKTT that we had across the country? Was there no any other PKTT that was in existence?
Yes, it was the only PKT.
Okay. Yeah, you can proceed, General.
You see, from paragraph 6.4.5.1.
Yes.
Chair, all these are task teams, and they are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is 14 so far that I see. But the sentence that I want to say, task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly station level. Task team found operating in provinces are as follows. Then you find your foreign vehicle task team, multiple tour task team. So now the important sentence is this. These task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit to capacitate direct focus on a permanent structure with the necessary command and control budget and capability instead of functioning in silos. And it mentions also including political matters team. Now, when you go to the end of this same document, it's a work study that was approved and approved by the National Commissioner. Now go to page 202. When you go to page 202, the National Commissioner says, implementation of these units must be expedited by DNC crime detection, DIFCOM detectives, and provincial commissioners. Now, DIFCOM, DNC crime detection is me, says implement and expedite the units. And this unit, like such as murder and robbery unit, is meant to investigate political killing task team as well, including your taxi-related killings, including your serial murders, police killings, etc.
Okay. The question was, were there any task teams that were disbanded simultaneously with the KZN1? That was my question. Remember, the KZN1 was disbanded on the 31st by the minister, right? So were there any other task teams that were disbanded during that period of the KZN disbandment?
It was an inspectorate, it was not the task team, but at the same time, in the same meeting, the minister disbanded the inspectorate and the PKTT.
So there were other task teams that were not disbanded?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I
no, you can respond if you want to say.
Remember that we've got this. If now there is this, if now there is we have deployed in Emangozi. We have deployed in Emangozi. I'm sure it's for 3 years now where people could not even sleep in their house. I'm sure it's for 3 years now where people could not even sleep in their houses. Vehicles of South Africa being stolen into Mozambique all the time. Weapons coming Africa being stolen into Mozambique all the time. Weapons coming into the country being Richards Bay, and I think the task team has been disbanded. I think we've deployed in Eastern Cape. There's open. Where the National Commissioner said, this is just, it can be done. Yes. So he participated.
He participated after the letter was issued.
Even after the letter was issued, he continued to participate.
When you say even, you mean before he participated?
Before and after.
Before, what did he do before?
Before he gave his opinion there. And then during when it was, after receiving of the letter, he directed that it be actioned. And then even after that, he participated in all the meetings and he was positive.
Okay, so this paper is part of which document?
This of the meeting to summon the minister.
So there's nothing to prove at this stage that the minister participated prior, except your notes that you have written.
I'm saying there is everything to prove if the committee can summon the minutes of the meeting, because there's also recordings where the National Commissioner's voice will be heard.
I'm wrapping up, Chair. Am I running out of time? I will ask questions which require short answers.
When the robot is read, you don't ask, may I stop?
I didn't see the report, Chair. My apologies. May I wrap up, Chair?
Yeah.
General, what is the SAPS procedure to deport an undocumented person from South Africa, in a nutshell?
Well, the people at the forms are being completed from
in the rendition case.
I was not a member of, I was the deputy provincial head. I was the head of the Hawks in Gauteng, and I was not part of that operation of head office. So I was not part of it altogether.
You were not part?
At all.
You don't even know how it you have
crime intelligence. And crime intelligence even gave, I never signed any document. I was never at the scene, not even once. My name was just used.
I appreciate your extra time, Chair. No further questions. Thank you very much.
No, I want you to ask the question that you asked on Friday, the 10th of October. and you asked that question to General Masemola. So General Sibiya is here in person. You must ask him that question, which you asked. You asked General Masemola whether General Sibiya is a corrupt.
I will corrupt cop.
So he is here. You must not. You must have the courage.
Thank you for reminding me. That question was part of my questions. General Sibiya, are you a corrupt cop?
I'm not.
You are not.
Yes.
So all these allegations against you are false and frivolous.
False, contrived, and frivolous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you have done justice. It will not be fair to ask a question like that in his absence, and when he's here, you don't ask him. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General Sibiya.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
So, General, I'm a little confused. I can't. It's too long and too big and too ugly, too everything. I'm a little confused. So, there's all this fuss about this press conference of General Mkhwanazi. We have a Nhlanhla Commission, we have this ad hoc committee, and everybody wants to get to the truth. If what he says is true, it's a big problem, but it's not information that hasn't been around for years. Unless you've been living under a rock in this country, you had to know most of this, maybe not in this kind of detail, but everybody knew about all of these things. So do you know why now? Do you know if his press conference, General Mkhwanazi's press conference, was whether what he says is true or not, constitutes a genuine desire to expose corruption and criminality within the police, or is this the manifestation of a battle for power in the police? Is this a battle for the top job when Masemola retires?
Personally, quite honestly speaking, Honorable Chair, this has got nothing to do with the 121 dockets and the disbandment of the political killing task team. This, according to me, it's about the succession battle within the police. And why I'm saying this is about the succession battle within the police, I know that in this case, in my case, this whole thing is actually meant to block me from, they know, I had an interview where I was interviewed by one of the radio stations or TV stations and saying, General Sibiya, now that the General Lebeya will be going, are you interested? Are you available? And I said, well, given that opportunity, I will go. And then from there, the media were running saying that General Sibiya has thrown his head in the gauntlet as well, he's ready. And as a result of that, you will see newspaper article that says Sibiya versus Musigidi versus Mkhwanazi. And then the next thing, what happened, that angered General Mkhwanazi to an extent that he sent a message to one of his friends, colleague, that says, can I proceed there?
No.
He sent them now. Even if they can be called now tomorrow, you will see that they are still far.
So how much of what General Mkhwanazi told us in his press conference is fact, and how much of it is semi-fact, and how much of it is conjecture?
General Mkhwanazi is playing the country and is playing a mind game to the country, and is actually playing those that are prepared to listen to him, because he knows how to play with words and what to say and the things he needs to say and how to say it in such a way that the country get moved. He will say, we are doing this thing for the country and to protect the people of South Africa, Me, I can defend myself, but the people of South Africa, who's defending them? Now he wants to play that he's defending the people of South Africa. Now we will then come and say, dockets were taken by General Sibiya, they are in his office, in his archives. I don't have dockets in my office, in my archive. I don't have that. And then he makes serious allegations in such a way that if someone was to say, General Mkhwanazi, you are the provincial commissioner, the police in KZN received information to go and conduct a search and seizure at Kalagabusha Hospital, Correctional Services. And they went there and they searched. And as they searched, they found drugs. Then someone called General Mkhwanazi, or a call come into the suspect that is being arrested phone, say, give them the phone. And then the suspect give the phone to General Mkhwanazi. General Mkhwanazi says, you stop right there, you stop what you're doing, that docket must be taken there. That's interference. And that's defeating. If it was done by someone else, that person would have been suspended. Just let's compare the fact that he says, when they went to arrest Katiso Molefe, a team was sent from head office to there. He did the same. But there's no crime there, because as far as I'm concerned, what he does, there's no wrong. If he sent his team to go and kidnap a ballistic expert, seize the laptop, take the laptops, the files, and add ballistic expert, that is obstruct with the investigative system, the investigative system, because there's a chain of possession. The integrity needs to be preserved at all material times of the evidence that has been collected. Now, I'm sitting with a situation where if there was anybody, if today I can stand up and go and call that press conference, I also used, at some point in my life, I also wore camouflage uniform. Maybe I should also wear one, go make a conference as well and talk things. But I will be fired from the podium, same time. That day on stage doing that, I'll be gone. But some people, because they've got a very powerful social media that they have invested in, every TikTok that you open, no police official is allowed to do what General Mkhwanazi is doing. No provincial commissioner you will see on TikTok. He's the only one that campaign on and funded on TikTok. And this wins all the South Africans. You touch Mkhwanazi, you touch us. But he's a policeman. So I'm just saying there are a lot of things that are wrong that we are supporting as a country. And we are creating a monster that no one is able to control. That is why he's able to come here in this house and threaten members of this house and say, you don't touch the members of intelligence, and because you will force them to respond. And once they respond, they will talk. And once they talk, many of you, I don't know what said, many of you will do what, but that is wrong. We can't allow such a situation as a country to continue. So all I'm saying is that if the purpose for which he wants crime intelligence to continue and the political testing to continue, and then the next thing, nobody can touch them because they use this political killing testing to conduct their investigations. They also controlling intelligence. They've got intelligence on everyone. Whoever wants to come closer to them, then that person gets threatened and say that we will talk. Can't be allowed.
General, the political killings task team, by all accounts, was initially quite successful. In the recent past, less successful. So what is all of us about?
I really don't know, Honorable Member, because we are saying we're building a capable state. Building a capable state, we're saying let the whole country be equipped, be well-resourced with technology in such a way that they are capable and able, to an extent that they are all able to carry their own respective environments. Now, we cannot really be fighting certain only. The whole country is not really taken care of, and the whole country is suffering. Once you have one provincial commissioner fighting so hard for the political caste team to continue for years, highest level, everybody saw it. It never happened under the mattress. They saw it, and it ran with everybody knowing. During the events at the college, he also had among the many.
That is a reasonable question to ask, General. Why, if he was under investigation by the police, was he allowed to parade around like that, to do business with the police, to contract with the police? How does that happen? How does the left hand not know what the right hand is doing? And what does that say about the police?
Maybe it is the vetting that is lacking, or something that needs to really be corrected, or all such tenders needs to be vetted and checked properly to say who is this one and how did he get here. But at this present moment, that part of the tenders and the service providers is something that I'm far from. It's supply chain. It's another division completely. I don't even know that. I don't think anybody would have been in trouble by now.
During your evidence, you spoke about a meeting with the National Commissioner and the Minister and other high-ranking officers, where Nhlanhla and his contract with the police was discussed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The Minister asked what was known about the tender, and he asked that Nhlanhla be investigated. To ask for him to be investigated, why didn't somebody in the police, you all have years of experience, why didn't somebody in the police actually think of that themselves and do it?
This is when the stories of Mr. Nhlanhla were gaining momentum and about the tender. That's how the minister got to ask and say, I get this information. What happened here? Can the auditors, internal audit and others, please investigate this thing as to how did this man get this tender? Were there any irregularities and that? And a response came and the minister gave an order that it be cancelled.
Okay, but that only answers half the question. The other part of the question is, why did nobody in the police take the initiative to do this investigation? If the minister...
I could only do something, IDEC, questioning that part and say, why is this thing happening? Because we are investigating this thing. So there's not much anymore I can do. When
you've never been asked to investigate or not investigate anybody?
I've never been tasked to investigate anybody, any official.
In your view, is the top management of South African police capable of running the police in the best interests of South Africans?
Yes, they are capable. When I look at the statistics and in the meetings that I've said, where we said as a team, when we're really working and we're working hard, there's a difference. Chair, what I want to say is that intelligence, they went to Minister Kele. They said, Minister, do you know that you agreed that General Sibiya must come back? And we just promoted him. But you know that this is where I want to be. But if I'm approached, I would go for the opportunity. My role is that they've worked hard to try and speak to, talks about just to speak bad about my name in such a way that even tomorrow when I have to occupy a position, a consideration is to be made. They will say this.
I understand that this process is painful and it's not the first time you're going through it. But this isn't only about you. You understand that? This is about South Africa. And my question to you was, do you think the top management of the South African police are capable of running the police service in a fashion that is in the best interests of South African citizens? And you said, yeah, the police service is not managing to do a good job. I understand that there are thousands of policemen who go to work every day, and thank God for them, who do a great job. But we're not managing.
I must indicate, Chair, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, the current National Commissioner, is very experienced. And he knows his job. He knows what he's doing. And he knows how to deploy. and he knows how to build a team at some point. He knows how to look at the situation. Let's take, for an example, the elections, and he knows how to plan, put a proper plan together that will actually result into zero incidents throughout the country. And when you look at the statistics, they are green, 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 green. So I can't sit here and say.
Okay, General, my last question.
When I get undermined by someone who is not in this space, it's my job to stand up and say, but no, 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 you can't do this.
And Honorable Skosana wants to ask you a question.
There's an outcry against one of our members, who happens to be my chairperson, that he's advertising on his next to, I think, on his tie, on television. It's very clear, and that company in particular, they are bidding, within our space, of the SAPS. So I just want us to please just ask our member to, hide that company's name. The Honorable Cameroon.
Honorable Cameroon.
Name which shows on television.
One, sometimes I wear a CZ, one other days Canik. I can do Taurus as well, Chair. There's a whole variety. I like shooting and spending time on a range with sport shooting especially. So if they've got a formal complaint, please do, because that means that some of the members I saw the other day was wearing Gucci or Prada shoes. They should also not mention or wear those, Chair. Chair, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous.
This it breaks. I have been trying to avoid them, and I thought honorable members have listened when you remember when we spoke about the vehicle. I kept on using the platform of Parliament to advertise those brands, Honorable Skosana, including that one that is before you. Is it an empty can or? See, let me tell you how I like it. When we break, Chief Whip, when we break, members of this committee are the ones who come to the chair and say, let us not do this and that, because the people that we lead do not have the luxury that we have. And I think we must just keep it like that. Yeah. So if it may appear like there is a brand which is being advertised, Honorable Cameron, I don't think that you consciously came here to advertise that brand. And you can still try your best not to be seen advertising it. Thank you so much. Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chair, and we'll get back to the matters of national importance. Good day, General Sibiya. Lieutenant General, I would like to revisit a point that you made during the evidence leaders' questioning about the alleged messages that could be on your phone, which was allegedly connected to the so-called spyware communication. When you were asked what would happen if you landed and your phone was seized, you said you would confidently be able to deny that messages existed, and even if they showed you, you would be able to confidently deny them. Is that accurate?
Yes, Chair.
Then you added something very important, General Sibiya. You said it's crime intelligence. Anything is possible. What exactly did you mean by that?
What I mean is that, Chair, having listened to the bail application in Mr. Nhlanhla's bail application, where a mention was made that the phone was seized, and the next thing there was some tampering and messages inserted or deleted. So I'm not sure of the situation, whether it's true or not. But what I can just simply say and repeat in this House, Chair, is that I don't know who Comrade or Keda Matebula is, and then it's not my language. I don't have Kedas, So there are just some of the statements that you outrightly deny, reject from the start because it's not you. Whether they are there or not, this one I'll blatantly just reject. It's not like there's anything percent. But looking at the way it is, it's just a kind of a measure that you just outright reject.
General, you said you made no hints at possible insertions and deletions of messages. Are you suggesting that crime intelligence could plant or manipulate data on your device?
That's doable.
Sorry?
That's doable.
Victor, General of Intelligence or to the National Commissioner? Victor, General of Intelligence or to the National Commissioner? Have you raised these concerns with him about this? Have you raised these concerns with him about this?
What I did in my case, on more than access to my phone, someone has done a SIM swap on my phone. And it will take 24 hours, but it happened a couple of times. And I have attached the documentation. Also, I do have it with me, where I reported even to the National Commission and to the national head and say, someone has actually took my number to date. And then you find that I will only get it somewhere on Monday. Now, when someone has done a SIM swap on your number, that number is his. Whatever they do with that number, you'll only get to know much at the later stage that there is this message that went from here or to there. But it was a genuine thing that can be investigated. I reported even to the DPCI, I reported to MTN head office, they know. They even suggested that, or recommended that, why don't you contract this? At some point, I had to migrate it from SLC to MTN because actually they were stealing it every now and then. And then I realized that it's not safe. So I'm just saying, each time it happened, I had to report. That's what I did.
So you, General Sibiya, do I understand you correctly that you're saying that you think this was the crime intelligence that was doing this? Because I'm talking under the banner of your remark of crime.
Chair, I must indicate that I've had a lot where I'm really surrounded by crime intelligence officials, men marking me, following me day to day, listening to my devices, and also following me all over. Sometimes we'll be sitting even here in a meeting in Cape Town, you will see a team from Bloemfontein coming to have a meeting with the National Commissioner. I'm the head of intelligence, but you find that they are sitting with the National Commissioner in a room and they're talking to him, and then I don't know. Or like the National Commissioner said, General Khumalo reports to me, but the National Commissioner said to General Khumalo, investigate him. And we expect the man to report to me, yet he's investigating me. It's not a healthy situation. It's not a healthy situation, and it can't be tolerated or allowed to go on like that. Now, the man, that, even when you call him, he knows he's working with you, he's working on you, and he's putting all the resources around you. And then he's man marking you, he's investigating you, he's giving reports about you to the National Commission. This is an undesirable state of affairs. This should not be allowed to happen. We need a clean administration where you find that once you are the boss of the police, everybody else under you will work with you and will respect you. And in such a way that you don't have cliques or certain people that you have a good relationship with against those that you don't have a relationship with.
Thank you, General. I just think it's very worrisome that such a allegation, it's a serious allegation that such criminal tampering can be taking place, even to yourself as a high-ranking official as you are. But I will just be moving on. Lieutenant General, you made an interesting point yesterday about how appointments are handled at senior levels. You mentioned being promoted in 2023, and you made specific reference to the process, saying that you don't apply and you get identified. What I do want to understand a little better is when you say you get identified, who exactly does the identifying? Is it the National Commission or the Minister or both? Are they acting in consultation?
The National Commissioner will identify sometimes in consultation with the minister, or you can apply to be promoted in terms of Section 45, or then, but they do identify a person they want to employ. And many, at this level, you will never see that much where there's a position of Deputy National Commissioner advertised. You will never see a position of National Commissioner advertised. You get identified or headhunted, but you get identified.
In general, you further confirm that the minister must approve this identification. So if there's no open application process, would you agree that this could potentially create risk, even unintentionally, or favoritism?
I don't know about that part because I think they also apply an objective approach in doing so. It's possible, but I don't think, remember, these are people who's got the best interest of the organization at heart because they want, if they don't apply their mind, it affects performance of the organization as well. So you will never appoint someone because you want to shoot yourself on the foot. You will employ someone because you want someone who will be able to assist you to fight crime.
Lieutenant General, you yourself, nearing the end of yesterday's proceedings, criticized a system where people who can't even investigate and some who are just drivers are suddenly in top posts. Kind of contradicts your statement that you just made now. Doesn't that suggest that the same identification system that you benefited from might also be enabling appointments based on relationships rather than merit? And if so, does this not contribute to the rot we're seeing currently amongst your own ranks at the moment?
I was talking about a lieutenant colonel, not a lieutenant general. A lieutenant colonel who is not an investigating officer. I'm told that this lieutenant colonel was a driver to General Mkhwanazi. So as a result, this lieutenant colonel who was a driver today is the one who's an investigating officer and is the one who participated in going to seize the laptop of a ballistic expert. This is the same lieutenant colonel who was involved in the corruption that took place in Potter matter where the accused number one gave money to this team.
General, you spoke often about the discipline in the police service, about how young officers and college recruits are taught and how that discipline is meant to hold the institution together. Let me take you to your own account of what happened with General Mkhwanazi. You said at the time you had a telephone conversation with the Deputy Provincial Commissioner in KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. General Mkhwanazi, who became very angry and that he was in some way or form very combative towards you, resulting in him banning you from operating in KZN. You also reminded him that you were the senior, and you alluded that he ended the call and sent you a very long text message. You seemingly seemed to accept the ban and left the matter there. You didn't elaborate on it. Did you, in your view, that exchange between you and General Mkhwanazi, did you view it as subordination?
Subordination is an understatement. If a man is able to call you a criminal daylight in the public, or call you and say you are a baby, talking to members of the parliament and say, this is the man that I can say is like a baby. I joined the police in 1989, he joined in 1993. I became a general in 2010, he became a general in 2011. I mean, I've got 37 years in what I'm doing. I don't know how his experience, but in what I've been doing, I've been good at what I'm doing, and I've run operations throughout this country, throughout the country, including in KZN themselves. I participated the deployment in Manguzi, Richards Bay, many other areas, Eastern Cape, everywhere. I've been in the country, throughout this country. So it cannot be that my experience can be downplayed by someone like that, because his experience is in the field of special task force and maybe running the facility at HR support, then the provincial commissioner. So I really don't want to go too deep in trying to get to a lower level of comparing myself and him and this and that and this and that. Since I started testifying, I've always avoided to name names and ridicule anyone and speak bad about somebody. So I'm trying even now to not to get to that point.
Thank you. Did you take any disciplinary action against him?
No, I can't take a disciplinary action against him because he doesn't report to me. Even though I may be his senior, he reports to the National Commissioner. And if you really want peace, how do you say you can take disciplinary action against him? Because there will be a fight. And a fight is what we have always been wanted to avoid.
General, were you allowed to operate in KZN after that incident? You mentioned a meeting and you shook hands and so forth. After that, were you allowed to operate in KZN again?
Yes, we operate. Remember that I deploy. I don't have to run on the ground myself. I deploy. I deployed in Richards Bay. I deployed in Emanguzi. I deployed in many parts of KZ, and we do have where we operate.
General, I will get to my last question. I see my time is almost finished, so I will skip. I just have one question towards the end of the yesterday's testimony. You kept saying we wanted it finalized when we were speaking about the letter of the 22nd of April that was sent. I just want to know who is the we? Who is the we that wanted it finalized quickly? Was it the minister? Was it subordinates? Was it another officer? Because when you kept saying we, it just seemed to imply that it wasn't just your idea, that it was a collective feeling it needed to be expedited from the letter of the 22nd to be finalized by the 24th of April.
Remember that if the National Commissioner, let's say, implemented something, and then you go to the meeting of the 6th of March, in the 6th of March, it tells you exactly on what steps are going to be followed to finalize this process. Now, come the last date there, it was the 31st of March, but come the 28th of March, there's a handing over now done between two divisional commissioners from CI to crime detection. Now, you already have the dockets in your possession. The head of CI handed over the dockets to the head of detectives. Now, they are now in your hands. They must be finalized speedily so that they are out of your hands. And it's exactly what happened. Push this thing now to where they belong, murder and robbery unit, so that they are not in your hands gathering dust. Because the more you keep them is what led to General Mkhwanazi saying that they took dockets, they're sitting in General Sibiya's office gathering dust.
If you could give me a very, very short answer because my time is finished. At what date again did you say that it was out of your hands? You were finished, that it was now moved over to the National Commission. It wasn't anymore in your hands or your responsibility anymore. Which date was that?
At the time when the National Commissioner said his letter took precedence over mine. Do we have the page number, legal team? Because the National Commissioner said, he told them to ignore my letters and then to carry on with his letters. From then henceforth, his instructions took precedence over mine. There was no competition. He remains my boss too.
General, sorry, was that pre-22nd of April? 22nd of April?
It was after that.
After that, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I conclude.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klopper.
I don't know, they just given me the letter. Should I read it or it's not necessary? Chair?
Honorable Klopper.
You can read it. It's not a problem. Thank you, Chair.
It is page 36 of the National Commissioner's affidavit, paragraph 118, that says, in line with my discussion with Lieutenant General Sibiya, I also had a discussion with Lieutenant General Kumalo. I told him to prepare a preliminary report as contained in the Minister's Directive of 31st of December 2024, and that we should aim for 20 January 2025 to submit the report. Since this was a direct instruction from me, he took precedence over Lieutenant General Sibiya's instruction of 17 January. Now, this means that anything and everything flowing from this letter now takes precedence as the National Commissioner's instructions. Even when Khumalo brings the docket to Sintumulo to whoever, this letter takes precedence since the Khumalo is already now in direct communication with the National Commissioner. Whatever that he does is as a result of the National Commissioner's instruction going forward.
Wait, Honorable Skosana, wait. Honorable Tlhopha, you're fine.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. So, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Chair, just to make a follow-up, if the letter which is reading, is it signed as well?
It is signed. It is in the National Commissioner's statement.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm looking at the gentleman who was taking pictures. Okay. Honorable Matthys, once you are done, we break. Eh? Thank you.
I might not be done then, Chair. I don't think we deserve a break. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the members of Parliament and to the General. General, yesterday you gave testimony that as the Deputy National Commissioner was responsible for crime detection in the country, there's a lot of things you said you don't know. You didn't know about the arrest of, oh, my thing is doing things. You said you didn't know about the arrest of General Khumalo.
I didn't know about?
About the arrest of General Khumalo.
Yes, I didn't.
Right? You said you didn't know about the request by General Khumalo to the Provincial Commissioner regarding seconding the PKTT members to Gauteng.
I didn't.
You also didn't know about the press conference that the KZN Commissioner was going to do. You didn't know about Kat Makala. The guy has 80 cases dating back to 2007, and he has a huge tender with SAPS. You didn't know about the big five. It's confusing, General. Do you consider yourself competent as your job, in your job?
Yes, I consider myself competent. If I was part of the tender process that was assessing Mr. Matlala's tender, I would suggest that it would be fair to say to me, why didn't you know? But I didn't form part of that process. I didn't even know that he's an applicant or is participating in such. Now, the issue, the arrest of General Khumalo. General Khumalo was arrested by IDEC. It's not the South African Police Service. So I wouldn't know. And all the things the honorable member is mentioning are not things within my sphere where someone can say, but why don't you know? I didn't know.
Okay, General, make this make sense, right? You do not know that one of your generals is going to be arrested. And I know it wasn't by SAPS, right? It's a sister department. It's your job, it's your responsibility to know. Crime detection is huge, it includes crime intelligence as well. So you should have sources everywhere. I find it extremely hard to believe, or for this to even make sense, that you had no idea, formally or informally, that your general was about to get arrested. Even the commissioner of KZN knew that he was going to be arrested. So you're saying that you don't have access to information and sources like the rest of SAPS members.
The very first person who was supposed to know that he was going to be arrested is the member himself.
because he's intelligence, he's counterintelligence. This is the person that anybody can say he expect to know about everything that moves. But above all, even the National Commissioner didn't know that that was going to happen. So where I'm sitting, if IDEC or IPIT, the IDEC or IPIT, they are investigating a particular matter. There's no way us will know from where we are sitting because we are not in that space.
Okay, so South Africans should feel comfortable that our national head of crime intelligence cannot know that one of their generals is going to be arrested by another organization. We should be comfortable with that, and we should be comfortable that we have a competent deputy commissioner responsible for crime detection.
If I was fully in charge of crime intelligence, including counterintelligence, they were reporting to me, I would be knowing. But they don't report to me.
Okay, let's go on to a bit of your career. So yesterday you said that there's no crime intelligence, and however we interpret it is not really the point. But in your statement, paragraph 23, you say that you have been responsible for crime intelligence since 2003. That's about 2 years and 3 months. And it's been recently moved under the National Commissioner, but I don't think it's been effected yet. So what is your response that the failure of crime intelligence is actually a reflection of your role, which you partly spoke to, but I need you to speak to this more clearly and not go around and around the bush, please, General, that it is a reflection of your role as the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
Chair, I was looking for the page. The honorable member said page
23, paragraph 23. I'm not sure which page.
Page?
The page 49. When you talk about your career, that section, it's page 9, paragraph 23, but I'm right, that is paragraph 23. Yes. Thank you for the page number, ANC Chief Whip.
Yes, I'm there, honorable member. What is the question?
Yeah, so you say there that you're responsible for crime intelligence. Now you're saying you're only partly and you're not fully. I do understand the issue of counterintelligence, but it's pretty much been in your office, or you've been responsible for it for over 2 years.
I've been responsible for it for only 2 years, but it was then also taken away to report to the National Commissioner. But even then, when it was reporting to me, it had two dual reporting lines. In my case, they came to report to me that what they wanted me to know, and that what they didn't want me to.
You, as the senior officials that the country relies on, to make sure our children are not raped, and if they are, they're getting justice, to make sure our children are not trafficked. A simple process. Now, right now, children are being raped and they've been trafficked, and we have adults.
The essence of the question, can it be repeated in short, Councillor?
Okay, I guess it is a bit
Councillor,
of
Honourable Chair, Honourable Member.
Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a political statement, but what I'm saying ultimately that we are in this mess is because they are the National Commissioner, yourself as head of crime detection, and then the head of crime intelligence cannot sit down and have a clear process to ensure that there are systems in place to make sure that we are detecting crime and that our children are getting justice when they've been raped and trafficked in the country.
I think we are in this mess because of the press briefing, unfortunate press briefing that was done. That was not supposed to happen. That's why how we find ourselves in this mess, because
Everyone has been doing their best to try to do what they can under the circumstances.
And if that is the best, I don't know what's going to be good. Let's move on to your suspension and your dismissal related to the Zimbabwe matter. And this lasted about 7 years, according to your statement. You said that the prosecutor put it on record that he or she was instructed to put your case on the roll. Who gave that? Did you ask who gave the prosecutor that instruction? And if you didn't, why not?
I thought that the magistrate, because it was into the court record and that record is still there, it still exists. I thought that the magistrate would ask who gave that instruction, and the magistrate just didn't take it further.
Okay,
Just
but
said,
my question is either to ask the prosecutor